welcome in. As we get in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We have the little daily gift goal, which is the love you very much. I'm not love you very much. Holy smokes. Pink heart puffs. Pink heart puffs. Got the pink heart puffs. If you don't mind, send the pink heart puffs. We're going to get started here in just un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. Okay, I think we're all good. We're good everywhere. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started. He said Hakeem Jeffries is on Epstein list. Okay, lock him the fuck up. I don't care. Not Star Wars, Superman. Superman. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, Vietnam. Hope you guys are having a great start to your morning. Hello, hello, hello. That was Star Wars? No, that was Superman. It wasn't Star Wars. Don't try to, am I being gaslit? Don't try to gaslit me. Oh, that was the Superman. I'm telling you, it's not Superman. It's not Star Wars. That's Superman. Chat.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
Stop playing in my face. Hey, Kip's Nook, I don't care about your weird spamming. I'm gonna mute you. Get up here in the box, bub. No one cares about you like being weird in the comments. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get started here, guys. One thing that I want to talk about really quick before we get too far away is something interesting that came up yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Goldman Sachs' top lawyer left the company. Goldman Sachs' top lawyer actually resigned. And the reason why Goldman Sachs' top lawyer, Catherine, I think it's pronounced Rulimer, and FYI, she used to work within the Obama administration. So like, I'm not, administration. I'm not playing that down. But the interesting thing about her leaving Goldman Sachs as the top lawyer at Goldman Sachs is the reason why. It's because of her connection with Epstein, right? She had a connection with Epstein, and there's some information that came out, like an email, says here, let me read this paragraph. Before joining Goldman in 2020, Ms. Rulimer was a counselor, confidant, and friend to Mr. Epstein. The documentation shows she advised him on how to respond to tough questions about his sex crimes, discussing their dating life, advising him on how to avoid unflattering media scrutiny, and addressing him as Sweetie and Uncle Jeffrey. Right? Epstein, in turn, provided career advice on her move to Goldman Sachs, introduced her to well-known business people, and showered her with gifts of spa treatments, high-end travel, and Hermes luxury items. So the thing about that, the reason why I'm like, I'm glad that she is stepping down, and I'm glad that she is being scrutinized, and I'm glad that people are saying like, hey, the fuck. I think there has to be consequences from anyone connected with the Epstein files, because other countries are doing the same. Other countries are doing exactly the same. Other countries are holding these people that have connections with the Epstein files accountable. And you see people all across the industry starting to either be ostracized, having like official titles removed, them being like taken down from different corporate entities and all this other stuff. And I'm like, yes, fucking yes. I don't care. That's the point that I need people to truly understand. I don't care if they are in connections with Republicans, Democrats, if they're Hollywood starlets, if they are, in the culinary industry. I don't care if they got Oda. If Oda was in the Epstein files, no more One Piece, right? Get them all. But the more interesting part to me, outside of the people that are stepping away, is the people that aren't stepping away. The people that are connected, but there's no type of repercussions for their connections. Specifically, the people that are being shielded by the Trump administration. Yesterday, I read you guys the list of people who have connections and that are listed within the Epstein files that are either currently in this current Trump administration or has been a part of the Trump administration. And none of these people have seen any type of recourse. Of course, we know Donald Trump and Melania, right? But Howard Lucknick, RFK Jr., Kevin Warsh, Mehmet Oz, like nothing. And so Donald Trump was asked the question yesterday, like, hey, did you know that Howard Lucknick went to Epstein Island? And Donald Trump was like, no, I didn't know that. And then he said, well, I heard that it was just a little quick turnaround. That's a problem. That's absolutely a problem. The way Pam Bondi 2 days ago ran coverage for what's happening with these Epstein files. I was listening to Dan last night as he was listening to, he was reacting to Pam Bondi in the Congress deposition, and he said it like the best. It was just a filibuster. There was no substance behind having her there. There were no real questions that were answered. The only thing that Pam Bondi did was waste time and show that she could run coverage for Donald Trump. Because while we want to ensure that every single person that victimized anyone within the Epstein files are held accountable, Pam Bondi wants to protect the person who's mentioned in the Epstein files more than Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Bible. Think about that for a second. There's more mentions of Donald Trump in the Epstein files than there are mentions of Jesus Christ in the Bible. MAGA, your Mandarin Messiah is a pedophile.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background.
No.
Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right,
or
you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't
No
no
rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
one wrong
move, get cooked real quick.
no
Cap,
no
shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
step in, don't you wanna
You wanna
sparring with Santana?
step in there. You care. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't
No
no
rules, no plan, no script.
one wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Step in, don't you wanna
You wanna sparring with Santana? Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana and Vivian. Hi, Vivian. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift code to these little 1-cent gift goals. Right now, they're the chili peppers. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll push us out to the FYP. Last but not least, before we get started, MAGA, you know my rules. You should know me by now. I don't care about what you have to say from the comments. So if you are in the comments raising your voice for no damn reason, I'm going to tell you to sit your $5 ass down before I make change. Get in the box. We're not playing. You do not get to hang out in my comments and run your mouth. Either you're going to get up here or you will be muted. I will send you an invite. Come on up and I'll give you a space. But if you decide to actually sit in the comments, you will be doing the mannequin challenge. You will. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Guys, America is sick. I know why it's sick. America's sick because of white privilege, American exceptionalism. MAGA, the right, you guys are violent. Literally. Left, we're not absolved. We have purity tests and we tend to eat our own. And last but not least, the patriarchy. The patriarchy has plagued the entire globe since its conception. And it's time that we actually fight back. We have to fight back. So if you disagree with any of those things, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, and do all the wonderful things. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay. You can hear who? Who's muted? I'm muted? Chat. Don't let people gaslit you this early in the morning. Like, if you can hear me, then I'm not muted. Don't play these silly games with these silly people. We're not going to do that. Anyway, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, Tiana, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Wow. Hi, Tiana, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. Drop you down. Guys, take a look at the bottom of the screen. We're just getting started, so I'm just going to take this moment to go ahead and call this out. If you look down at the bottom and you see the word, if you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're good. That means that you are not in the request. But if you do see the gray person, that means you are in the request, you're here, and you're ready to debate. And we are only looking for some debates. And I want to find out who can prove me wrong, because America is absolutely sick. America's sick because of white privilege. America's sick because of American exceptionalism. America is sick because the right is violent. America's sick because the left tends to eat its own. And America is sick because of the patriarchy. If you disagree with any of those things, get in the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates in chat. You guys know how I do. If you see someone hanging out in the comments and they are like thumb thugging, right? They're scared. Call them out. Call them out. We're not going to play those games. Not going to play those games. I don't know if this person's going to load. Thank you for the cake. Oh, yeah. Hi, thank you very much. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm a Republican, but I can't say a full-on Trump supporter, but I do like a few of his policies. Can y'all hear me first?
Yeah, we absolutely hear you. Okay, so but you disagree with something on the background. Is that accurate?
So some things, but I am Republican, okay. And I mean there are some things that I like I said, the Epstein files kind of got me like holding back a little bit on what I believed in until I got more information on it, right?
Thank you for the cake. Okay, well, wait, because I don't want to go too far. And I do want to. I'm going to give you a chance to speak, and I do want to hear from you. But just to verify one more time, because you're Republican, but you see something on the background as far as why America's sick that you disagree with. Is that an accurate statement? Okay, perfect, perfect. Shadow, is that right? Is that what you want me to call you?
Yeah, that works for me.
Thank you for the Galaxy. Hey, thank you, Jesse. Galaxy, I'm not Galaxy, sorry. Shadow. Quick question before we get too far into it. Do you know who I am?
I mean, I've seen you on YouTube mostly. I didn't know you had TikTok open, but I've seen you on YouTube mostly.
Hey, let me find out that I'm YouTube famous. All right, perfect. Well, Shadow, if you don't mind, I would like to give you a proper introduction to not only who I am, but what this is. Is that okay?
That's cool. Yeah, I actually respect the real debate. You know what I mean? I respect this. I'll let you talk as much as you need, bro. As long as we take turns, this is a real debate. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Give me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Please only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I am only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. Oh, guys, definitely share the live out once or twice. Don't spam share, but also repost the live. That apparently helps like a ton if you repost the live. So please repost the live. All right, we're going to give the floor to Shadow. Shadow, you said that while you are a Republican, not necessarily a Trump supporter, you agree with a couple of things that he is doing, but even more so, you disagree with something on the background. What point on the background do you disagree with the most that you want to start with?
I want to say the MAGA is violent. That's something I kind of disagree with.
Okay. Tell me why.
So yeah. So my main thing is when I look on the, now here's the thing, media is interesting. You can't judge everything off the media. Mm-hmm. I don't really care about Fox or CNN, but I prefer independent journalism. You know what I mean? People who are, at the events, at the protests, stuff like that, videotaping, live streaming, all that good stuff. Right. When it comes to all these events that I'm hearing about, I mean, just recently I heard that there was a mass shooting done by a left-wing transgender. And when I look at these protests, most of the time they're very, very violent.
Wait, where are you seeing transgender person? But where are you seeing that? When was that?
I want to say sometime this week. You can look up on Google. I can't really get off the app and give you exact definition, but if your computer.
No, it's fine. I just want to know like where or what, because I haven't heard of any. So there was a mass shooting that was done, but it was in Canada, it was really notable because Canada doesn't have many mass shootings. So are you referring to the mass shooting in Canada?
Yeah. I'm not just saying leftists in America. I'm just saying leftism and like as a whole, I believe is more violent than MAGA.
What I would like to do though, because that's a little bit, I don't want to say it's disingenuous, but what I will say is taking into account other people countries, and the way that they run things within the country is a little bit different than the way we run ours, and not necessarily just like, oh, left wing, right wing. Understanding that, like, geopolitically speaking, even if you are like conservative or progressive, there's still like a complete large difference in gap. So like that wouldn't be, even if I was talking about like violence, right wing violence, I would never cite right wing violence outside of the US. I'm only talking about like the United States and the right wing political party when I talk about violence. So let's keep it local for us.
Roger, my apologies.
No
So
worries.
let's take that one out.
Mhm.
These protests I keep seeing, right? I don't like the idea of people attacking federal agents and justifying it.
Mhm.
You know, especially when they're trying to do their job. Now, I'm prior military. I was prior Marine Corps.
Mhm.
Now, when I view it as them, because I like to view things as what if I was in their shoes type of thing, and I try to do that for both sides,
Mhm.
right? Because, you know, I can't just justify everything my side has done as right. I disagree. I believe, you know, Republicans and the right have done things wrong.
Mhm.
But recently with these protests and stuff, I'm seeing a lot of violence. I'm seeing them check IDs, doing the exact same thing they don't want done to them, but they're doing to others as civilians. And I don't think in any aspect it's okay to attack federal law enforcement and local law enforcement when they're doing their job. You have the complete right to protest. I'm 100% for that, even if it's the opposite side. That's why I fought for the country. I want people to believe differently than me. You know what I mean? I think that's a beauty in America. But lately, the left wing is going insane at these protests, and they're hurting these federal officers, and they're even eating their own, like you said earlier, because they're so pressured out and they're so, what's the word? I don't want to use indoctrinated, but they're in ignorance when it comes to these events, thinking they know everything, and they're not willing to just sit down and listen and protest peacefully. And I just can't get behind hurting agents. I can't get around hurting law enforcement. And calling that peaceful protest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't get around that.
Yeah. I hear you. Okay. So let me kind of dissect it, because I wanted to make sure I heard you out, and because I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying. And so your whole premise is that you think that the left is more violent, and more so it's perpetuating violence due to the recent protests that you've seen, and even the mistreatment towards federal agents, whether it's like, you know, ID checks or like any type of what you deem to not be a peaceful protest. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah. And there's like, and then everyone brings up January 6th.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I'll let you finish. My bad.
Yeah. No. It's all good. I just want to make sure I understood exactly where you were coming from, because again, I don't
believe in. I don't know. I just don't like the saying, yeah, we're peacefully protesting, while I see you throw fists at a federal agent and then disrupt and obstruct. You know.
So let me start here. First and foremost, the reason why I say MAGA, the right, is violent, it's not because they're protest, because like they don't normally just protest. The right claims that they're going to boycott, right? They say, I'm going to boycott this, I'm going to boycott that. You know, like the right is boycotting Harvard. You know, anyway, what the reason why I say the right is violent is because of like mass violence, right? Like the amount of mass shootings that have occurred by people who have right-wing ideologies, the amount of like recent mass shootings because the right-wing violent ideology, and the historical view showing that when looking at right-wing ideology, left-wing ideology, and Muslim ideology, the right wing has been the one who perpetuates the most harm and violence. So like that's where I'm looking at things, not in the sense of like protesting, but in the sense of like how day-to-day life and the functioning of violence occurs, where we can't go to church, we can't go to school, we can't go to the movies, we can't go to a club, we can't do anything anymore within our country without having to worry about someone pulling out a weapon and taking people's lives. And usually the person that is aiming that weapon tends to be right wing, right? That's literally what the historical data says. But one thing I do want to address is like the idea that the left wing is not engaging in peaceful protests. I guess the one thing that I will say to that is, good, throw more bricks. I mean, I truly mean that. And the reason why I say that, though, is because we can talk about the need to like not harm anyone or like actually engage in violence. But the one thing that I will not do is pretend that holding signs and, you know, locking arms and singing will bring about any effective change when we have a fascist government in place that's willing to murder American citizens and then justify the murder of American citizens because they were protesting. Like as a member of our armed forces, a veteran, and again, thank you for your service, but I would think more than anything, you would be disgusted at how the actual government is sanctioning murders of Americans while at the same time telling them you need to comply or die. Like literally, that's a saying that they've been saying.
Oh, am I going to say something now? Sorry, I want to let you talk.
Yours. Mm-hmm. No,
okay, yours. I appreciate it, man. So you see, I can't agree with that. Simply because, like, let's look at it this way, right? There's these left-wing Antifa members who are like, you know, you see them on YouTube, not YouTube, but TikTok. I think one of them just got arrested, actually, who was like bring your guns out.
What's Antifa?
So what I understand Antifa is, it's a domestic terrorist group, mostly left-wing. And I just want to say my point real quick before
hold on, because I want to make sure we're clear on this. You said, so it's Antifa. You're saying Antifa do this. And you said Antifa is a left-wing domestic terrorist group. You're absolutely right. They were classified as a left-wing terrorist group. Who classified them as a terrorist group?
I'm not. That was just a part of my conversation. I'm not.
No. I just want to make sure this point is clear while you're speaking on it, because I want to make sure, like, you have this information and you're equipped with this information when you say the things you're about to say.
Okay.
So Donald Trump signed an executive order that made Antifa a terrorist group, right? So do you know what Antifa stands for?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Antifa was labeled as a domestic terrorist group way before Trump ever got in office.
It literally wasn't. Donald Trump.
I've heard about them in Oregon and Portland a lot.
Yeah, you've heard about Antifa.
And I've seen the attacks.
Sure,
and I've seen
but Donald Trump. No, that's literally not
road.
true. Donald Trump labeled them as a terrorist group. He signed an executive order to label them as a terrorist group. But again, do you know what Antifa stands for?
I don't know the exact definition.
Okay.
Antifa
stands for anti-fascist. That's what Antifa is. Do you know what fascism is?
Yes, I know what fascism is. I'm actually quite a connoisseur of World War II and Nazi history. I'm just a history buff. Okay. And I can't say that we're nowhere near that. Like when it comes to actual like Hitler's documents and what he allowed into law, we are nowhere near an actual fascist government. People
we're here. We can talk about that in a moment, but like we have completely our president's a fascist. But regardless, so Antifa is anti-fascist. In World War II, who were the fascists?
It was Mussolini, and then you got and Stalin's debatable, controversial. You know what I mean? More of a dictator.
Yeah.
But anyways, you definitely got Hitler, and then you got
okay. So you know who the fascists were in the
like I said, I'm a huge history buff.
So anti-fascist is the group that's that's opposing the fascist group. So if we know who the fascists were in World War II, who would have been the anti-fascists in World War II?
You could say America, Great Britain, Canada actually was involved in the World War II also.
Perfect. So again, if Antifa stands for anti-fascist, and anti-fascist in World War II was America and the allyship fighting against the fascists, Mussolini and Hitler, those, Stalin, good guys, bad guys, right? Whatever. Yeah. But now fast forward it, right? So again, keeping in mind that now Antifa has been labeled a terrorist group, which meaning being anti-fascist is a terrorist group. Hey, who would actually be in opposition and would be willing to call an anti-fascist group terrorists or our enemies? Who would say that?
You could say, but here's the thing is that, like, when it comes to this, is I don't believe Antifa.
That's fine. I just need you to come on now, answer that one for me. Don't
well,
come
yeah,
on,
but
right there.
I'm trying to get to my point real quick. I'm trying to get to my point.
I'm going to let you get your point, but I need you to answer this for me. In a situation where someone is saying that anti-fascists, the anti-fascist people are the bad guys, they're our enemies, who would say that?
But that's not correlate. That's because Antifa's wrong.
Sure,
You see,
but
they
who
have their
would say
I believe they're
that's fine?
indoctrinated
Listen, but
and they're
you're
doing
like
wrong.
you're trying to explain, and I don't want like the explanation yet. I just want to know who would deem that anti-fascists are the enemies and they're the bad guys. Who would say that?
I don't think he's doing that because they're anti-fascist.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying who would actually call anti-fascists bad guys? If you and I just established that in World War II that the anti-fascists was America and the Allies, and the fascists was like Hitler and Mussolini. So we know America, anti-fascists, good guys. Fascists, Hitler, bad guys, right? And so now we have someone saying, hey, fascists, anti-fascists, bad guys. Who would say that the anti-fascists are the bad guys? Who would this be? Starts with an F.
The fascists. Yeah.
Fascists. You're absolutely right. So fascists would absolutely say that anti-fascists are terrorists and bad guys. You and I agree on that.
Yes,
hey,
I can agree with that.
Who actually said that Antifa, anti-fascist, was a terrorist group? Who signed the executive order? Nope. Who signed the executive order to make them a terrorist group?
They were a terrorist group way before
they weren't. Who signed the executive order to make them a terrorist group?
I don't have the
Who signed the executive order to make them a terrorist group?
I'm not. I don't. You could tell me because I don't know.
I've already told you once, but you don't want to admit it. Who signed?
Because you're not letting me talk. I'm
gonna let you talk. I told you I was gonna let you finish, but I wanted you to be equipped with this information before you made that statement. You started your statement, and all I need you to do is answer this question.
Okay, Trump. He signed the executive order.
Perfect. So Donald Trump signed the executive order saying that Antifa, the anti-fascists, are the enemies and they're terrorists.
Yes.
Donald Trump's a fascist. That's the reason why he didn't want the anti-fascist group to actually be in existence. Hey, did you know the KKK isn't even listed as a terrorist group? Even though the
KKK was created by Democrats.
It's sure you can try to obfuscate and all this other stuff. We can get into it. That's fine. That's not the wait. No. The point that I'm trying to get to is even the KKK is not listed as a terrorist group, but Donald Trump thought it was more pertinent instead of actually instead of addressing these well-known hate groups who have taken the lives of people over throughout the history of our country. He thought it was more important to label Antifa anti-fascist, which by your own understanding, World War II, Antifa anti-fascist, good guys. He labeled them as bad guys and terrorists. The bad guy, the fascist, said Antifa was bad. So I just want to make sure that you are well equipped that not only is Donald Trump a fascist, but he's moving very fashy because he doesn't like the anti-fascists. Now go ahead and finish your sentence of telling me about how Antifa, the anti-fascists, are good. The people that are bad. Tell me about the people who want to fight fascism and how they're bad.
So here's my thing, right? And I had a point earlier that I was trying to get to.
Sure, go ahead and get to
it. So this is what I'm trying to say before we got all into that, which, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, going through history and everything like that. But when we come and look at Nazi Germany, right? They were burning books. People were getting shot in the streets. People weren't allowed freedom of speech, all these different things.
And you just said three things. Tell me what one of those three things is not happening here in the U.S. right now. Literally, tell me one of those three things that are
street just for existing. We are not shooting illegal immigrants.
Yes, we're literally shooting American citizens in the middle of the street for existing. We're literally. Hey, did you see the body cam footage? Did you see the body cam footage that was released yesterday about the Chicago ICE agent that actually, when they said that, that there was someone who was chasing the vehicle and they struck the vehicle, and then that's why they end up shooting the lady?
Panetti. Yeah. Well, actually, no. So can I please get to my original point?
Sure, you can, but I want you to answer the question really quick because you named three things that you said was happening under,
I was going
Hitler.
On some more too.
Sure, we can go into those, but tell me one of those three things. Tell me one of those three things that's not happening here right now in the U.S.
So I said lack of freedom of speech, right? Mm-hmm. And I said shooting people on the streets. And what was my third one I said? I think I said It was shooting people, freedom of speech, and then masked ICE agents, right? Or something like that.
No,
right?
you said something. I can't remember what the third one was, but burning books. Burning books.
There we go.
Sure.
There we go.
Name one of those three things that aren't happening within the U.S. right now.
You still have freedom of speech.
So they're not suppressing freedom of speech?
No, on X you could say anything you want. I could say, "Oh, I love the left. I love the right."
Yeah, you can absolutely put any type of misinformation, disinformation you want out there. But the freedom of speech isn't saying what you want. Like the Constitution whips people ass, and I would think as a soldier you would absolutely know this. But the freedom of speech is the protection from the federal government. So can you tell me, is the federal government hindering people's freedom of speech?
No. Anyone can say anything they want.
So the federal government isn't hindering people's freedom of speech, even though the federal government has stripping the press pass of the actual media. The president of the United States and the State Department has taken away citizenships from people who have been protesting. The president of the United States signed an executive order to circumvent the freedom of speech to burn the flag. You're telling me all of these things aren't oppression?
No,
I don't care what you think. The Constitution says that we can, and it's been ruled on twice by SICKOS. So like your fee-fees don't matter.
Well,
like legal protections do. Well,
I mean, get to my point.
But like you literally just walk face first into saying like this was happening under Nazis, but like it's literally happening under us.
Well,
Look, go ahead and finish your point. I'll stop. But I'm just saying like you're literally being hypocritical, but go ahead. You
just let me go. I haven't said not to be hypocritical. So look, all I'm saying is that these things happened under Nazi Germany. You didn't let me finish saying these things are happening in America. I'm just stating what Germany did. Okay. Germany was shooting random Jews in the middle of the street. If you were Jewish, you were killed. Point blank period. There was no deporting, even though the original document but it was by Hitler's second in command. It was noted that they were supposed to be evacuated and deported. Okay, that's not what happened. They were sent to concentration camps, right? And they were killed. 6 million Jews were killed, estimated, right? Jewish people were killed, okay? Now, the original thought was supposed to be deportation and education camps. That did not happen. Secondly, they burned books on transgenderism, queer ideology, and there was some other ones. I can't really get into it, but it was like just like leftist ideologies. I'm going to say that mostly leftist ideologies, right? And then freedom of speech was taken away. If you even dare talk to me about Nazi Germany or the government.
Help me understand what your point with saying these things.
Well, I'm getting to it. And then if you're
are you saying,
arrested or
to
killed,
be clear, are you saying these things aren't happening here in the U.S.?
Well, I'm getting there. Now, what I've noticed the left does with the right, okay? The left talks very negative about the government. They're allowed to. They're not getting shot and killed in their own homes.
That's fine. I need to understand where you're going with this. Are you saying these things?
The hypocritical.
Okay, you're saying these things aren't happening here in the U.S.
No, I'm saying the left are doing these things.
Oh, okay. Cool.
They
Tell
want
me
to
where
say
the left
they
is
don't
banning
want ICE
books.
They don't want ICE being masked.
No. Stop.
Yeah, Antifa is masked.
Stop. Tell me where the left is burning books.
They're not burning books, but they cancel and censor people. I noticed the left censors more people.
No. That's not the same as quote unquote burning books.
Well,
like when you say burning books, you can mean like physically burning books or removing books. Can you give me a specific example of any left wing political person, state, or whatever who is removing access to books?
I mean, the left doesn't want Bibles in their schools.
The separation of church and state, that's literally in the Constitution.
But a Bible and a book is not forcing anyone to do it. They should have the right to
literally in the Constitution. School. You're sitting here playing as if the Constitution.
You don't let me speak.
No.
That's
not true. I need you to answer the question. I need you to be direct. You're saying that they won't let the Bible in school, but the Bible is a religious text. The Bible is a religious text, and there is a separation of church and state. This is literally in the Constitution of the United States of America, and this has been deemed something that cannot happen. So can you name—
But the Quran could be allowed in schools.
The Quran cannot either. You're being disingenuous. Can you name a left-leaning city, state, anywhere that is banning or burning books?
I'm referring to the books being now digital, not because that was a different time. They didn't have
books now being digital. What do you mean?
What I mean is that So back then, books were the way of information, right?
Yeah.
You want to look something, you look at a book. I'm saying now you have to go to the internet. We are in a digital stage. I was trying to reference those two and being similar to that. That's what I was trying to say. I'm not saying literally burning books at this day.
Okay, so you were trying to use some type of similar. Okay, cool.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do.
Hey, the right is literally burning books. Like literally, like not only literally burning books, but you have entire states banning books. The Florida is banning and removing books. Oklahoma, sure, I can get you a list of books that have been removed. Give me 1 second. But Florida's removing books. Oklahoma's removing books. Texas is removing books. These red states led by Republicans are literally removing books. So your premise that, the right is somehow burning books, but you can't give me a real example of the right.
No, because I can't finish my point.
No, because you want to listen. The problem is, Shadow, you want to say stuff without actually proving the stuff because you think that you're right.
Prove that, that the left wants,
if you can prove it, then give me masks. No. I don't care about that part yet. They want
to cancel people, which is a way of taking people's voice away.
You're spiraling. Stop. If you can prove it, then I'm going to grab my information. You go grab your information. I want you to tell me what state do you see the left banning / burning books? And I'm going to pull up the information.
I'm not talking about books anymore.
No,
I'm talking about people can't share their ideas. I'm talking about people getting canceled online, and the left is notorious for that. There was a guy on YouTube who talks about people's financial decisions. He got canceled by the left because he was judging people.
Stop. You're spiraling. Stop. You said the books. You said that. That was your first point. But now you don't want to talk about your first point anymore? Why would you not?
I'm trying to get to it. I haven't been able to say it the whole time.
You're going on to something else because now you want to talk about like mask and cancel culture and all this other stuff.
Well, those were my points.
We can literally talk about that in a moment, but I want to talk about your first point.
Can we?
Yes, let's talk about your first point. No, your first point was books. That was your first point. I can't
finish the sentence. No, that was my third point, and I'm trying to get through my sentences, bro.
It's literally your first point. What I'm saying
is that the left is hypocritical. They say one thing.
That's fine. Stop. I want you to take a second. Take a second. Seriously, take a second. Stop. Stay on mute for me. Take a second. And I want you, stay on mute for me. I'm muting you. That's me. Stay on mute for a second. I want you to do one of two things. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people because I have people to thank. And we're going to do one of two things when we come back on. Either one, you're going to have a specific example of the left banning / burning books. I'm telling you, stay on mute, Shadow. You don't have to come off mute. You're going to have an example. Why do you keep coming off mute? Like I'm telling you, I'm literally putting you on mute. Either you're going to have a specific example. How old are you, Shadow?
Why does that matter, dude?
Why are you being an immature child when I'm sitting here telling you that I'm putting you literally are? I'm telling you, I'm putting you on mute. Stop coming off mute.
Why? I'm letting you speak.
I don't care about you letting me speak. I'm telling you, I'm putting you on mute. Stop coming off mute.
Because you want to silence me. Yep,
I need you to be an adult. I need you to be an adult and actually stay on mute. If I wanted to silence you, I would have kicked you. There's a difference.
I'm not even speaking, bro.
That's fine, but I'm telling you, stay on mute. You have some type of sound playing in the background. You're being weird now. Like you can't even be an adult. You're just being a weirdo. Stop it. You have some type of sound or music or whatever the fuck that is in the background, and I'm putting you on mute. So when you come back, either one of two things need to happen. One, I need you to give me the specific examples of where you see the left wing burning / banning books. Or two, I need you to admit that you made that shit up, and then we can move on to whatever else you want to talk to. I don't care which one we do, but it will be one of those two. You will not be able to say, I didn't make it up, but let's move on. You will not be able to do that. So either you're going to have the proof and we can talk about it, or you're going to admit that you made that shit up and then we can move on. I don't care which one. I'm going to thank a couple of people.
Can we agree to my correlation?
No, we cannot. Those are the only two options.
Because that was
stay on mute. Those are the only two options. Take the time. I have a couple of people to thank, and then I'm going to give you the floor.
I'm going to say
I'm going to give you the floor after I finish thanking. Okay, then leave. But Bob, this is not a fucking airport. I don't need a departure speech. This is a Wendy's. Just go. Listen, either you're gonna give us the sources or you're not. But if you're gonna leave, I'm not gonna let you participate.
I'm not talking about books.
Okay,
I'm talking about we made that.
So I need you to stop. Stop. I gave you two options. I'm going to thank some people, and then you can do one of two things. Either you can sit here and say, I have the source. This is where I found that the left wing was banning/burning books, or, well, that's the third option. That's the third option. You can run. You can absolutely run. The problem that he had is that I wouldn't allow him to make false statements. And I think more than anything, what we have to normalize is making people prove that what they're saying is true, instead of just allowing them to speak from a place of ignorance or feelings. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow you to just say shit that's not true, especially when it flies in the face of reality. That's not how we do things. That is literally not how we do things. So just be aware, if you come up here and you make a statement that's not true, I'm going to make you stand on it. I'm going to make you stand on the things that you say. You must be held accountable for your words. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Damn, no, I was just asking you to run for Congress.
No, my wife won't let me. Thank you. Have a good one.
Good night.
Guys, seriously, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, 1.8 thousand of us hanging out here. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. We are driving towards 100,000 followers, and we're so close to like 90,000 followers. So yeah, hit that follow button. Boom. Lee, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, perfect. Can you give me like 2 seconds, or like 2 minutes, honestly, so I can say a couple of thank yous and then we can go forward?
Do you?
Okay, perfect. Debbie's in the chat for the laugh out. Leslie for the $10 super chat to say, Santana, I bet you $10. If I bet you $10 if you play it back. It's Star Wars. It's not Star Wars. That was Superman. Laugh out, Leslie. At least it's Superman in my head. Okay, maybe it's me. I'm not above admitting that I could have been wrong, but it was Superman in my head. Debbie's in the chat for Renegade for the $10 super chat to say, saw a meme yesterday that said, everything makes sense once you realize AG Bondi is Trump's Maxwell. Yes, like that makes perfect sense. Hey, Lee, I'm going to place you on mute because there's kind of some sound coming, okay?
For sure.
All right, thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Ashley, who sent a $5 super chat, say, can the caller name a peaceful protest that ever brought about change? I'm just saying, like, I've been saying that exact same thing. Literally the exact same thing. Debbie's in chat for Brandy for the $1 donation, saying, haven't been able to join your live as much recently due to some personal issues. I hope everything's okay and work, but I'm still around. Glad to catch a few minutes today. Brandy, I'm happy that you're here. Welcome. Debbie's in the chat for Jean for the $10 donation, saying, what's up, Santana? Happy Friday, dipset. I know that's right. Debbie's in chat for Ren for the $2 donation, saying, good morning and happy Friday. Can't wait to see today's stream hold. Good to the Oogie Boogie on the right. Exactly. My wife got me that Oogie Boogie coffee mug. Guys, fucking W's in the chat for Terry. Terry sent a $25 donation. Terry said, just wanted to say, truly appreciate what you do. This is concerning from a biracial man, white and Asian. I've come to understand my own privilege, and I'm more than cautious of how I move in the world, thanks to you spreading facts and helping me make the world a better place. Listen, Terry, one, thank you so much for the donation, the love, and your support. But two, fucking good on you. Like, I think that we all have time and we have a need to address our biases and our privilege. And you doing so is absolutely awesome. W's in chat for MAGA cries for the $1 donation. And Shadow, no one cares what you or the other maggots like. You can't tell people how to protest. Exactly, that's weird. W's in chat for Karen for the $1 donation saying, I am actually quite a connoisseur of World War II and Nazi history. As a fellow history buff, those are some wild red flags you're throwing there, sir. Right. W's in chat for Terry for the $1 donation saying, the way that the way that you retire a flag is burning it, and the military does this as a practice coming from a former Army soldier. Yeah, we know that. And it was weird that he said that he doesn't agree with that. Debbie's in the chat for Damon, who sent a $5 donation saying all of the rights and freedoms we enjoyed came from non-peaceful protests. Abolishment, women's rights, labor rights, civil rights. I completely agree. Like, that's how things have come about. Guys, fucking massive W's in the chat for Jesse for the $50 donation. Jesse said, appreciate you, watch you every morning, and I'm getting ready for work. And when I'm driving to work, also Washington State, go Hawks. Love what you do. Keep on doing and keep on keeping on. Jesse, holy fuck, thank you so much for the $50. That is crazy. That is a lot of love. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And last one I'm gonna read, and there's some more, but I wanna make sure we get to the debates, and I don't wanna keep Lee waiting too long, but massive W's in chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying facts over feeling, all others step the F off. Exactly, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. And I'm going to reset the daily gift goal. Keep knocking those out. Lee, I need you to come back in the app. Lee, you said that you are a Trump supporter. Which point on the background do you disagree with the most, where you would like to start?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
We can speak about MAGA. Actually, the left is self-sabotaging. What do you mean?
Okay. Are you you said you're a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not for you.
Oh.
Yeah, the left is self-sabotaging is for people who fall on the left that disagree. So that's not a you thing, bub.
Oh, okay, we could talk about what do you mean by U.S. exceptionalism?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of American exceptionalism? I had to put U.S. because American was too short, but do you know what American exceptionalism is?
Absolutely not.
Okay, cool. So American exceptionalism is the premise that America is the greatest country on earth, and it's something that a lot of people have this sense of pride that our country is just far more superior than all the other countries, or at the very least, it sits at the top of the countries around the globe. But yet, when it comes to like what America is exceptional in, if you point to anything outside of the GDP, which is subjective depending on where you fall within like the capitalistic system or the military, there's nothing that you can name that the United States of America is number one in that's a positive. And overall, the country isn't doing anything good for American citizens. So the premise that like America is the best is just a false sense of pride that's instilled within Americans.
Well, this is what we do know America is the best in. Military.
Yeah, I said outside of military and GDP. Can you name anything besides those two?
I think we have an amazing president.
We don't, but like that's not quantifiable. Like Donald Trump is literally ranked by historians as the worst president in United States modern day history, and also other countries are currently chronicling his fascist events and saying that he's literally trying to be an authoritarian, and they're trying to make sure they document that for world history because they don't think that the United States is properly going to document that. So
wait, but I mean, I'd rather have Trump because what he's done for my community. I'm not really too worried about other people right now.
Yeah, I don't care whether you would rather have Trump or not. Like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about American exceptionalism. And so I'm saying, can you name something that the United States ranks number one in the world for that's outside of the GDP or the military?
Infrastructure.
No. The United States of America is far, far away from the number one country as far as infrastructure.
Can you by infrastructure, we just mean the amount of buildings, correct?
No, that's not what infrastructure is.
No, I know. I simplify it. When I mean infrastructure, the way things are built, where they're built, the attraction behind them. America is number one.
No, so infrastructure is more than just like buildings. It is like the actual layout of not only the country, but the ability to actually travel, commute, to get throughout the country. Like it's also talking about like waterways, like waste systems, access to clean air, water, like all of those things are infrastructure. And the United States is far from number one in the world as far as infrastructure.
But look, what other person do you know would like? Well, I think we are number one in like no racism because Trump has clearly shown that. I think Trump, what he's tried to do for the Black community was honestly amazing.
Oh, okay. You, for some reason, you keep trying to say like Trump specifically, and this isn't a Trump specific thing.
I'm saying even more Trump is the best
even
thing
more
that
so,
has
hold
came
on,
to
even more so, Donald Trump, like one, didn't do anything for the Black community or Black people.
He did.
Number two,
yes, I can tell you what he did.
Can I finish my sentence?
Go ahead, Twin.
If you bring up HBCUs, I'm gonna yeet you the fuck out of here.
I'm like, not bringing up HBCUs.
That's been done to death. I don't give a shit about people and their misinformation with HBCUs. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. Donald Trump not only has not done anything individually for the Black community or racism, but racism as a whole is still prevalent within our society. And even more so, it's being perpetuated under the Trump administration because of the ideology that we need a white country. And so Donald Trump and his current administration are actively overwhelmingly harming non-white people in multiple ways. You can talk about the fact that Black people, unemployment is up specifically for Black people, and it's spiking for Black women, where over 400,000 Black women lost their jobs. You can talk about the disenfranchisement of Black and brown people when it comes to like the ICE raid, and the fact that the Supreme Court has now given ICE the ability to racially profile people. You can talk about the wealth gap that still currently persists within the country, or you can just even talk about the fact that Donald Trump himself is an absolute racist. So like all of these things encompass completely negates your point as far as like the United States of America being the country that leads the world in anti-racism.
Okay. So what you think, you think helping out the Black community is giving them like $1 million? No.
When did I say that?
Okay, can I finish? Right, I'll let you say a bunch of false things.
Don't tell me this is what I think when I didn't say anything like that.
Okay, forget that then. The way Trump has impacted the Black community in such a beautiful, positive way, especially in New York, was by sending a message to Larry Hoover.
I remember you. No, fuck you. I'm not going to talk about Larry Hoover. You're the one that wants to, all you want to do is say, I support Trump because he freed Larry Hoover and Larry Hoover's my uncle. Fucking learn something else. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. If the only reason that you support Donald Trump is because he pardoned Larry Hoover, then you need to get your priorities in line. No fucking way. W's in chat for Renegade for the $5 super chat to say he's moving very fashy. It's my new favorite addition to my lexicon. He is though, like he is. W's in the chat, excuse me, for Alex for the $5 donation saying, bro is talking about the left canceling things, but the right literally has a hissy fit about the freaking beer can to the point where they people shot cases of beer that they had already purchased. Yeah, like the right is always trying to cancel something, like literally always trying to cancel. Again, they said they were boycotting Harvard. My question is, who the fuck is letting you in Harvard? No one. W's in the chat for Heather for the $5 for the daily hugs. Hey, Heather. I hope you're having a good one. W's in the chat for Damon for the $5. What up, Swan? And welcome in, Swan Braid. W's in the chat for Damon for the $5 donation. And I would say the U.S. is number one in culture. And by that, I mean Black American culture, which the entire world indulges in. Do you agree? Yeah, I think like when you talk about culture, which is, I have a super interesting sound that I want to play, hopefully, if someone brings this up. But when you talk about like American culture, there's nothing uniquely American about, nothing unique about the quote unquote culture of America. It's an amalgamation of different cultures. And the only thing that you can point to that say that, yes, this is uniquely American is Black culture, but that's out of necessity. Like literally the Black people who are within the country have been here, and we've had to create our own country because our history, our ancestry, like our culture were all stripped away from us, and we were forced into trying to conform, which we didn't. That's why America really hates Black people, is because they've never truly conformed. But we've had to create our own culture. And since we've had to create our own culture, and because Black people don't gatekeep, like we keep sharing shit and the rest of the world keep stealing it. And you know what? We're so fucking cool. We just keep coming with new shit. W's in the chat for Amy for the $10 donation saying, hey, Santana, I want to thank you for what you do. I just saw a video of a man in the airport yelling about the Epstein files, and it shook me. Why are people not more outraged? Not more outraged. This man's reaction was the reaction we should all have. It's because literally they're trying to like make it seem like this is normal, and they keep trying to push past it. That's why. And last but not least, what about Italian culture? Italian culture comes from Italy. So like, that's not American. Like you literally just said, what about Italian culture? Italian culture is Italian, not American. W's in the chat for Dustin for the $25 donation saying, keep doing what you're doing. If you're ever interested in reading a news column I wrote here in Uber Red, Wyoming, let me know. Yeah, for sure. Send it to me. Send it to me and hit the actual email, which is in the links in the bio. Guys, W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, again, we are driving towards 100,000 followers. And on this live, we only have 90 new followers. Like, guys, 1.7 thousand people. I am positive that we have more than 1.7 thousand. I mean, more than 90 people out of 1.7 thousand that have not followed me. So if you look up at the top, you see that word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. B-Top, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background?
Hey, anybody that supports Trump is some bitch made ass piss.
Hey, no. Respect boundaries. Absolutely respect boundaries. That's like hella disrespectful. Please don't do that. I think that's so weird when people like think that, oh, I'm gonna come up and like say this and this about Trump, even though like literally the live is not about how much can you come up here and like curse out Trump. Like that's not what this is. Please respect the boundaries of the live. Like seriously, what are we doing, people? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I am clicking in. I see a lot of people in the box, and some people it has the word fan by, so I'm assuming that they don't mean to be here. While I try to get someone loaded in, guys, please take a look down at the bottom. If you see the pink and blue person, then you're good. If you see the pink and blue person, then you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you are in the request and you are here to debate. So if you see the gray person at the bottom of the screen, you're in the request and you're here to debate. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hello. The main thing I came up here because I disagree.
Wait, are you a Trump supporter or do you disagree with something on the background?
Well, yes, technically.
Okay, so yes, you're a Trump supporter. Yes, you disagree with something or combination.
Disagree.
Okay,
no,
perfect. Which point do you disagree with most that you want to start with?
White privilege, I guess.
Okay. What do you disagree about white privilege?
Oh, I don't think it exists. I think you said white privilege, I'm guessing in America only, or is it around the world as well?
Well, white privilege exists within the entire globe, but I'm specifically talking about America.
Okay, well, can you give like examples of
Of white privilege?
Yes.
Sure, but I would love to hear again why you think that white privilege isn't something that exists in America, and why isn't it a detriment to America, and then we can go from there.
Well, I don't see any examples of white privilege being useful today. I guess it's my privilege speaking. I guess I'm a white man, so I don't see my privilege because I don't see any benefits of a white man in today's society.
Okay. All right. So your premise is you don't think white privilege exists because you don't think that you benefit from it on an individual level as a white man. Is that an accurate statement?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Perfect. And I'm sorry, what can I call you? What's your name?
Ben.
Ben? All right, perfect. Ben. Ben, what if I told you that like one of the massive benefits of white privilege is not knowing that you have white privilege?
Yeah, it's ironic, kind of, but
right. How would you feel about that one?
Yeah, I heard that before, but
yeah.
Well, I haven't seen good arguments against it.
Okay.
So
we can dig into it. I just want to make sure that we set that framework before we went too far. Ben, so when you talk about white privilege, and white privilege here in America exists in a multitude of facets, but the place, and I don't know what's happening. It sounds like you're kind of like rubbing up against your mic or something. It's creating a sound. No worries. The place where I always like to start is with white privilege is very simple. The premise of white privilege is the rest of the world having to conform around you versus you living in a world working with others. And I say this in a sense that if you take a look at the way that our society is geared, and we can look at it from like an educational standpoint, from a healthcare standpoint, from like a day-to-day function standpoint, white people have been the default standard that things are created and geared towards. And then everyone else has to fall wherever they fall within that whiteness, right? The example that I love to give is some of the like key indicators that were created that we use or function in within society, like BMI. BMI was created and based off of white European men. If you take a look at like the crash dummy test that was created for like cars with seatbelts, it was created off of the body type of a white man, and different things along those lines, where again, literally everything is drawn and catered towards you, your comfort and your safety. And then everyone else around you has to conform or fall in line in certain places. So that's where I want to start. What do you know about any of those things?
Well, the examples you gave, like I agree with them, but they're very past tense. Wouldn't you agree? They're not 21st century.
No, they're not past tense because they're still what's used. It would be past tense if it was something that was used and they've realized like, oh, this isn't beneficial, let's move off of this. But yet, like they're still used today.
Oh, okay. The body crash one, okay, they're still used today. But what was the other points? My fault.
BMI, body mass index.
Yeah, okay, yes, but those were originated by white men. Why wouldn't it be catered to white people?
I don't think the crash test dummy was originated by white men. But again, like the premise of whiteness is that when you create something or you have something, as long as it meets the standard that caters to whiteness, then you don't have to worry about how it affects others. That's literally white privilege, saying that I can create something that I know is going to benefit me. I don't care if it benefits anyone else or not, but as long as it benefits like specifically the white race, then it's fine, even if it disenfranchises anyone else. Also, they're saying like when
the points that you're
still
giving,
have like you still, I don't know if it's like how you're holding your mic or if it's like you're laying down or something, but every time you keep like ruffling and it's getting to the chat. So just FYI, like if we can fix that.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. Okay, is it good now?
Yeah.
Okay, but I agree with those points, but I think these very little things aren't really beneficial to the average white man. Just because our just because you have a smaller chance of surviving a car crash because it's designed for you. And it's
wait. You think that's not something that's overwhelmingly beneficial? That if like actually creating the testing standard for car crashes and ensuring that like, because it's not about like, oh, you know, the seatbelt will hold or whatever. Like the huge difference when like not even testing for the women, like for women proportion size body, is the way that seatbelts react within a crash. Which led to like women overwhelmingly being harmed because it wasn't properly tested for the proportional size for women. So when you talk about like the impacts, like people were literally dying because this actual thing was only geared towards men. Now we can talk about more, but I'm just trying to ease you into this because there's a shit ton more. But like I'm a little confused how you don't think this is something that's a problem when like literally people died because only white people were thought of, specifically white men.
I guess it is some sort of privilege, but when you said a white privilege, I thought it was more of everyday living. You experience it, different that you could clearly see.
Okay, sure. Let's go to Old Faithful. Or actually, no, let's not do this one. Let's not do that one yet. Question for you. Not question. Well, yeah, question. There was a study completed that showed that during the day, Black people were twice as likely to be pulled over for a traffic infraction than white people. But at night, the odds even out. And no matter what your race is, you're pulled over at the same rate. Why do you think that during the day, more Black people were targeted for traffic infractions versus at night?
Well, is this in the past or is this now?
This is a current study. This still happens. Nothing that I'm going to say, even if I bring it up and I tell you about the inception, I'm not telling you things that happen when you got to hop back in the Wayback Machine to still like engage with it. Everything that I'm going to say has a history, but it's still prevalent in society today. So you can drop that question. I will never tell you about something that doesn't have actual impacts today.
I guess you could say it's some sort of racial profiling, but that's individual racism. You could say it's not really some sort of law that the government has set place. This is just a cop being racist. You could say things.
No. I'm not saying there's one cop doing this. I'm saying there was a complete comprehensive study done throughout our country. And it shows that Black people are targeted for traffic violations at a higher disproportional rate versus white people during the day versus at night. They equal out.
What's the source, if you mind me asking?
Are you going to look it up? What are you going to do with the source? Serious question before I give it to you.
Just fact check. Just fact check.
Do you have your laptop out?
I have to go through my phone, if that's right.
I'm not even bullshitting right now. Like I can look it up and I can get you the source, but like, are you just saying what's the source because you think you can like that's just a line that you've heard when you don't believe something, or are you actually going to use this source, check it and verify? Because I'm more than willing to give you the information, but I don't want to waste my time. So if it's just a waste of time, then fuck it, go find it on your own time. Like serious question.
Okay, I was going to literally search it up, but okay, we can move past that if that's fine with you. Because I can see your face. Trust me, I was really gonna look.
I just like, and it's not even you. It's not even you. I don't mind citing my source. I can cite my source. I'm not saying anything that I haven't actually sourced and verified myself. The one thing that I do hate though is like wasting my time for no reason. So like if you just saying what's the source, because that's and it's not even you. I'm just gonna be completely transparent. I've seen enough of people while they're debating, and people on the left wing end up saying like, hey, what's your source, to right wing people, and they don't have an actual source. And either they have to try to make something up, go find it, or they just like say, well, I don't really know. And so now it feels like that's something that people on the right have seen, and it's been so effective towards them that they think they can like throw it back. But like, again, anything that I say, if you want a source, I'll give you a source on anything that I say. But if I tell you this, it better mean that you're actually pulling it up and we're going to go through it, because I'm not interested in wasting my time.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I believe it. Okay, let me engage with that.
Can you engage with the point then? Like the fact that Black people are disproportionately stopped during the day versus white people, and then at night it equals out.
Well, because this is a majority white country, this is common that most police officers are white, and this is some sort of racial profiling. But this is not a systemic law that white people have an advantage of. Because
So no one's talking about a law. We're talking about white privilege. And so white privilege is understanding that during the day while driving, you don't have to worry about unwarranted or unnecessary traffic violations, versus Black people have to be overly aware and cautious that during the day, traffic violations will occur for just being Black. That's the point. That's literally white privilege.
well, I can see that. I think okay, I know about that.
Okay. Let's move to the next one. Do you know what redlining is?
No, if you can inform me on that.
Redlining is a racial practice that has been practiced within the financial industry, most prevalent with like the banking industry, where they either refuse or don't give home loans to non-white people, specifically Black people, because they want to either keep certain areas classified as white areas, or they want to control the racial population within different areas. And this is based off of the fact that even if, let's say, a white man and a Black man walk into a bank to get a home loan, and they have the exact same qualifications, same credit score, same history, same education, same deposit, redlining is based off of the premise that banks and lenders will give that money, that loan, to the white person because they're white, not because they have any type of actual advantage over the non-white person. Now, with that being said, when do you think the last time there was a successful lawsuit for a big bank for redlining?
In the 2000s?
2000 what?
6.
So you think 2006 was the last, so 20 years ago, you think that was the last time there was a successful lawsuit of a large bank for redlining?
Yes.
No. 2024, 2025, multiple large banks were successfully sued for redlining, including Bank of America, Navy Federal Credit Union, Wells Fargo, and more. Literally, they are actively participating in redlining, and they're being sued because they are actively participating in redlining. So another thing of white privilege is the fact that you can walk into a bank, and even if you are equal to the Black person beside you with all of the other important factors, due to the fact that you're white, you are more likely to receive a home loan because of redlining and because of white privilege.
All right, I see. Yeah, white privilege. I see it exists. My fault. Thank you for educating me, I guess. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you for the cake. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Thank you for the cake. Righteous, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump supporter, yeah, disagree, or a combination?
Both.
Okay, Righteous. Can you give me 2 seconds, if you don't mind, just say a couple of thank yous and then we'll get into it?
Sure.
Perfect, thank you. W's in the chat for Zaggy for the $5 super chat to say, have you seen that Gallup has stopped showing whose political candidates are preferred? I haven't seen that, but I did see that Gallup, after 80 some odd years, are now saying that they're going to stop doing polling for presidential approval rating. So like I saw that. W's in the chat for sharing for the $4.99 super chat to say, here's an example. My high school was 80% Black, but my classes were almost white with the best teachers. We were segregated. Yeah, like that's a thing that actually still happens. W's in the chat for Turdy, who sent a $2 super chat to say Israel evaporated 2,842 Palestinians. Is this something? What are you referring to, Turdy? I'm gonna look that up. Did this just happen? Because it's way more than that. It's a fucking genocide. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 super chat. I'm sorry, Mike for the $2 donation, saying these people don't even know American Pie is an American. They don't. W's in the chat for Stephanie, who sent a $20 donation saying to Chef, continue cooking. You know how we do. And guys, last but not least, fucking W's in the chat for Jory. Jory sent a $15 donation saying white privilege literally shows up everywhere. White men are more likely to be hired for jobs. Even white sounding names are more likely to attract callbacks on job applications. There's an NRA article, resume bias study. Anyways, appreciate you, Santana. Appreciate you as well. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Jory, guys. And if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Again, we are driving towards 100,000 followers. If you look up here and you see that word follow, you have not hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. We got 121 followers on the stream so far, and I want to get to 100,000 followers. Please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on your notification. Also, follow the backup to the backup, because whenever we do a reset at some point today, this is the account we're going to. So you're going to want to make sure you follow both of them. Righteous. All right. Apologize. Can you tell me what point do you disagree with the most on the, I said apple pie. What did I say? I said apple pie, Mike. These people don't even know that apple pie is an American. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I don't know. Righteous. There's a little bit of noise, but which point do you disagree with most on the background where you would like to start?
Your history of redlining is a little skewed.
Okay. What's my history of redlining and how is it skewed?
It wasn't race specific. It was poor people specific. So
It's
Italians, Jews. It is.
Sure. Can you give me any actual reference showing me that redlining is reduced to class reductionism versus the primary focus being racism?
Are you asking me for the source because you don't believe me, or are you asking, like, are you going to look it up right now? Or?
Yes, I'm going to literally look it up right now. We're going to look through it. That's why I asked for sources.
Then why don't you look it up without?
No, because I want to know where you're getting your information from. I know where my information is from, and I know why I said that it's rooted in racism and not classism. But I need you to tell me what you are looking at to verify that redlining is rooted in classism and not racism.
Because it is. It's historical.
Sure, that's fine. I'm willing to accept it, but you need to give me your source so we can dissect it together.
Why don't you just Google yours? I'm not going to teacup. I only have my phone. I don't have my
That's
laptop.
fine. So if you're not willing to give a source to verify the thing that you're saying, then you don't get to say the thing that you're going to say. So like, if that's your point, then you have to absolutely let that go or either substantiate. I don't care which one, but you can't say a thing and then you don't want to prove the thing.
You know what comes to mind, Santana, is maybe like a week ago.
About a week ago.
You were on Parker's Live and people were yelling racial stuff at you, and you said, "Oh, you gotta come at me with more than that. That doesn't hurt my feelings." But then later that day, you went on Dean's Live, and someone supposedly sent you an email about bananas and monkeys.
No, not an email. A 10 cents donation. What does that have to do with the redlining? Do you just want to actually obfuscate?
You came back pretending to, I gotta go for the night.
Is that all you got? Like, is that what you came up here for? Wait, are you trying to pivot because I made you try to prove? Are you upset that I'm making you prove your point instead of just letting you say, "Oh no, you're the one crying right now, Bub. You're the one crying right now." Listen, I don't give a shit about your feelings. Either you have a source or you don't. Do you have a source, or are you just sitting here thinking that you're going to somehow, get under my skin or whatever? Listen, you may not know this, but I am not the same as any of these other debaters. And so if I do show emotion, it's for a different reason. So you don't know me and you don't know why I show emotion. But even more so, there's nothing that you can say directly to me that would ever get to me. Now, with that being said, do you have your source on redlining being rooted in capitalism versus racism? Or do you just not want to say the fucking point and then we move on to something else? Which one?
Hey, name one black invention. How about you do that?
Hey,
what did black people?
hey,
Messiah.
hey, a ton of shit. I don't care about like this
what?
stupid weird thing that you're doing. I want you to answer the question.
Like
Are
what?
we moving off of your point because you don't have a source, or do you have that source? I need you to answer that question before anything else.
You want me to teacup really quick and Google?
I don't care. Go ahead. Sure. I'm scared that he's gonna teacup and go find the source that proves me wrong. What the fuck are we doing? Also, name a black invention. All of them. Fucking all of them, you idiot. Debbie's in the chat for Joy for the $9.99 super chat. Say, enjoy watching watching the daily fish fry. Keep cooking. You know how we do. Listen. Come get a plate. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, make sure you hit that follow button because again, we're driving towards 100,000 followers, and only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. America's sick. America's absolutely sick. And the reason why America is sick is because white privilege, is because American exceptionalism. It's because MAGA is absolutely violent. It's because left, we eat our own. And it's because of the patriarchy, like literally. So if you disagree with any of those things, get in the box. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter or if you do not disagree. Righteous, do you have that source for me?
Yeah, it's the Metro, METRO, poll, POLE.blog. The tyranny, redlining, and the Metro poll.
Okay. So
it talks
a couple of things really quick. When you swipe in and out, we can't hear you. But you're giving me a blog as a source. I'm going to look at it. We're going to look at it, but just to make sure you understand what you're saying, you're giving me. It's the Metropole blog?
No, blog. It's a domain name. It's not a blog. The Metropole.blog. It's a domain name, like com or net or gov.
Okay. What's the name of the article, the study, the title? What's the name?
The Tyranny of Map. Rethinking redlining.
Wait, the tyranny of what? When you come back in is when, listen to me. When you're out, don't say anything. But when you're fully back in, that's when you start talking because you're kind of cutting in and out and I'm missing parts of what you're saying.
It's called the tyranny of the map, rethinking redlining. All you have to do is just search for anti-Italian sentiment in the 20th century and it comes up. Anti-Italians.
No, because again, like I don't want to just randomly search for something. What I would like to, the reason why I say, hey, give me your source is because I want to make sure that you have something that you've read that actually validates your opinion, not you having an opinion and then you try to find something to validate that. Now, before I look at this blog, because this is a blog, this is literally a blog. Before I look at this blog, have you actually read any of this or did you just Google something and now you're trying to give me this as a source?
No, there was a lot of anti-Italians before Italians were considered
but that's fine.
white.
The question is, did you just Google this and then give me this as the source or have you actually read it?
I've researched a lot on redlining.
That's not the question. That's literally not the question. The question is, with this source that you just gave me from this blog, is it something that you have already read and you validated the information, or is it something that you just Googled and you're giving it to me as a source because you're looking for confirmation bias?
No, definitely not the second one.
Okay, so you've actually looked and broken down and validated the source. That's what you're saying. Okay, so you're standing on that.
Yep, standing on 10 toes.
Perfect.
As your people
All
would
right,
say.
so yeah, as my people say. Now, can you give me something, tell me what this is actually saying as far as where this is referring to the difference as far as classism being the root cause of redlining, and then also tell me where they're citing their source from, because I'm looking through this so far and there is a lot of information where they're talking about like the maps. They're talking about there's racism and white supremacy full in the 1930s, Wizard of Oz. Like they're talking about a lot of stuff. Map inadequacies, but like where are they actually getting their empirical data from?
How about you just Google "we're Italians"?
No, I'm not just gonna Google shit because that's confirmation bias. I want to know the source that you use to create your opinion.
"We're Italians" red line. That's all you got to do.
I don't care about randomly Googling shit.
I know you don't.
I don't, because you know why? That does nothing. That does nothing for your argument. I want you righteous. Listen to me. Stop. You're crashing, bub. Stop it. Stop it. You telling me to.
I'm gonna cry again, Santana. Am I gonna make you cry?
I know. Listen. You're fucking cooked, and you have nothing.
I
so
gotta
now you
go. Gotta go for the.
Look at you. You're an embarrassment. You're literally an embarrassment. This is that white male fragility that's showing up.
I gotta go.
Righteous. You said that redlining was based in classism. And I said, okay, fine. I'm 1000% sure that he's doing the weird thing. 1000% sure he was just doing the weird thing. Hey, are you being a weirdo and reporting because you're a coward?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I fucking knew it. That's how you guys always answer that question. You're such a coward. You're such a weak coward. It's okay. You don't have sources. You came up to be weird, and now you're just like being a coward and reporting. They do that every time, and they're so stupid that they don't know that we can tell when they're doing it. Like literally, we can tell when you're reporting. You guys are so weak. Stop it. Be better. Jeez Louise. Also, who else that you know would actually let them bring a blog as a source? Like I literally sat there and said, I will engage with your blog. But he couldn't even do anything with that one. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm drop you down. Guys, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you disagree with something on the background of your Trump supporter. America is sick, and the reason why I know America is sick is because of white privilege, American exceptionalism, MAGA, the right, you guys are violent. Left, you guys, we eat our own. We self-sabotage, and the patriarchy absolutely needs to be abolished. Only request up if you disagree or a Trump supporter. Summer, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I do. I'm not a Trump supporter at all, but I definitely... So you can tell me if you want to engage. I'm deep left, but the only one that I disagree with or that I'm on the fence and I think I could make an argument for is left self-sabotages.
Okay.
So do you want to engage?
Sure. I mean, that's why that point is up for anyone that's on the left that disagrees with that. Floor is yours. Tell me why you think that the left does not self-sabotage and tends to eat our own.
So I'm going to start with, I agree with you, but we're also the real party of accountability. And at a certain point, if you actually want change, and I think a lot of people do, my first election that I was able to vote in was Bernie versus Hillary. Mm-hmm. I was Bernie all the way. And now I've gotten to the point in life where I make great money, I give back, but I'm tired and I'd give it all up for us all to be okay. And I know that a lot of people, because I listen to you guys, I listen to you, Dean, the gang, and I do feel like a lot of what we do on the left is a lot of talking. We don't want to actually do the work. And then when someone does wrong, we don't hold them accountable because the right doesn't hold anyone accountable. And I think in this moment, the reason why I'm on the fence about it, in this moment, I get that we got to get this crazy guy out of here. But on the other side, when will we have enough? When will it be too much? I think what took place in the last election, I think people didn't do enough research and they made some pretty poor decisions, and that's what got us here. So I think there's a time and a place, but isn't right now the time and the place for us to call that out?
What do you mean call that out? Be specific.
When I say call that out, so right now we are about to have an election. It's about to be midterms. And very, very soon we'll be looking to who's going to take over the party. Now, I hear a lot of different which way we should go. We need to go with the white man because a white man is just the safest bet. I'm not against that. But I do feel like with whoever we pick, they need to be primaried properly. They need to be called out on whatever is an issue, and they need to be able to speak to it intelligently with an actual plan, also while addressing the group of people that are bothered by whatever this concern is. I think that now's the time to do that is what I'm speaking to, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a huge difference between clearly outlining who we want to be as a party, and even more so what our primary goals and focus are. The one thing that I will say, and this isn't just uniquely for the left, this is like the political system as a whole, right? The left Democrats and the right Republicans, those two parties don't encompass the different ideologies for political parties across the entire spectrum. You know, and if you take a look at the left, you have people who are, Democrats that are damn near Republicans. They're moderates. You could talk about progressives. You can talk about Democrats. Like there's a lot of different groups within the left wing of the party, same as the right. But the difference is between the left and the right. There's an old saying, and it's always proven to be true. The left falls in love versus the right falls in line, meaning that the left will need to love their candidate in order to get behind them. Or if they love their candidate and they don't love someone else, then they will never be able to support someone else. And the right, they may have whatever feelings, whatever, but when it's time for them to fall in line, they fall in line. And I think the best example of this is what you just said, as far as the person who was, I feel like, unjustly not given the chance to represent the Democratic Party and Bernie Sanders, because I was, someone that supported Bernie Sanders. But you could see the absolute backlash from people who supported Bernie Sanders, who absolutely said, I will not support Hillary Clinton because Bernie Sanders, right? And even more so, that's been something that has continued to persist throughout the left wing of our party, and actually harm us in our voting power. Another great example, this just occurred the other day. Hudson, who is a massive left wing streamer, right? Someone who has millions of followers and a ton of influence. And I met him in person. Personally, I think he's a pretty cool guy. Like, I didn't have a negative interaction with him, nothing to write home about, right? As far as anything negative. But he was on a podcast the other day, and the question came up because they were talking about how much they hate Gavin Newsom, right? And I'm not a Gavin Newsom fan, right? I don't think that Gavin Newsom is someone that's actually going to properly represent the whole of America. I think that he has a lot of political pitfalls. I think that he is, ultra wealthy and all this other stuff. But the question came up to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance. Who are you voting for? And Hudson, without even taking a moment, without missing a beat, immediately just said, I'll vote third party, right? And that is absolutely harmful. That's harmful, not in the sense of not only has there not been a viable third party candidate ever, but we've already seen how this like moral high ground stance that it was taken on the left is something that overwhelmingly has impacted where we are as a country today, so much so that we have this fascist regime that's currently in place. And you're saying that you would rather a continuation and an amplification of what's currently happening versus holding the people that we can get into power accountable to force them to change. And so the last example I'll give is what's currently happening in Texas with James Tellerico and Jasmine Crockett. And I know for a fact that the Democratic Party has used Black women, right? Black women have been at the forefront of the Democratic Party, most notably like Stacey Abrams and what she did in Georgia, and recently with Kamala Harris. And the amount of pushback and hatred that Jasmine Crockett received from people on the left who just said that there's no way she can win, no way she's viable. And after like early voting and additional polling, Jasmine Crockett is not only blowing James Tellerico out of the water, but she's also in polling ahead of any Republican candidate that they can put up for that Senate seat. So like the premise that even the left currently still is not fully getting behind Jasmine Crockett, just like the left didn't get behind Zoran Mandani, speaks to the lack of not emotional intelligence, but the lack of political intelligence that the left seems to have at times. And even more so when you boil it down to like the individuals, certain individuals think that like their moral high ground is more important than fighting fascism. And I completely disagree with that.
Okay, so I want to make sure you're done because I have like four points.
Sure. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay. So, you made such good points. And the reason why I asked if you wanted to engage is because I did all of those things. I did the right thing. I voted for Hillary, hated it, hated every second of it. Voted for Biden, hated every second of it. Of course, I got behind Kamala because she's amazing. So that was an easy vote. That was actually probably one of the first votes I felt like truly reflected my feelings and my ideology. But I think a lot of people, and Hassan is someone I used to listen to in my early 20s when I had just started voting. So I totally agree with him. And I think at this point, it's become one of two things. Can I say a cuss word, the S word?
Sure.
Break this shit or fix it for real. Like we're at a crossroad, like break it. It either needs to, and right now it's breaking. And this is where Americans have to come up and we have to rise up and choose better. Or we can vote in someone who actually reflects our beliefs. I think we've played it safe my entire adult life. And that's concerning that it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So I think, and I understand democracy. I used to want to run for public office. It's so broken, I don't even know what I would be able to do to fix it. I love the Jasmine Crockett's. And I think you brought up such a good point in Mamdani in New York. I think he is a perfect example, a raging democratic socialist that was very honest and very clear that he was going to make things better, how he was going to make things better. And he started from day one. I don't think what happened in New York can happen around the entire country. I know that. I actually live in Georgia, voted for Stacey Abrams. So I've witnessed it firsthand. I don't think it happens nationwide until enough people say what Hassan said and say it now, because now there's plenty of time to change my mind. There's plenty of time for us to have this discourse, but we need to talk about it now. And we need to, in conversations like this, in conversations like what Hassan said, because I'm okay with you telling me, hey, that's stupid. No, we're not going to do that. But I also need, then what's the plan? What are we doing? Because if we keep saying we're fighting fascism in 40% of the country that is cheating is fascist, then what's the next step?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and so the only issue that I have with that, right, and I had this conversation with someone a couple of days ago, is the let me in chat for John, the misconception around like breaking it, right, and it's super interesting how certain people on the left think that like either allowing the fascists to gain more power would actually break it versus what it would take to actually break it. And I try to like tiptoe around this in a certain sense, because like there's literally two paths, right? There's the political path where we like force our politicians to do what we want, right? I do think that like I had a background, you know, not too long ago where my entire point was like, we need to set the Democratic agenda today and then dictate to whoever the candidate is versus the candidate coming with their own agenda for us. Like the one problem that I have with the Democrat, well, millions of problems, but one big problem I have with the Democratic Party is that they try to actually dictate to the constituents, like, this is what would be good for you, instead of listening to the constituents and saying, this is what they want, right? But there's two real ways that we can go. We can actually seize political power and try to force the person in power to do the things that we want, which absolutely works, but it takes clear, concise, and actual action, right? You can take a look at like the things that Donald Trump has been doing, and even like the things that the people on the right say that they want, but with enough public pushback, the people like from the people on the left, he's had to stop doing those things. Like that's actual political pressure. And I do think there's something to actually applying the political pressure to the people that you put in power. But there's one other option. And when you talk about breaking the system, you have to talk about revolution.
Absolutely.
And the thing that I will call out each and every day is when you talk about revolution, it's not what anyone has said on this app as far as people coming up and saying like, oh, this is what I want to do. That's not revolution. That's acquiescing to fascism. So I don't go too deep in this, but I always say, if you really want to get into revolution and that's what you're pushing for, then there's a group on this app called Cadre. It's literally doing the work.
Spell it for me.
Cadre, C-A-D-R-E, Cadre.
Okay.
There's a couple of different people that make up the group, which includes Swan, Jeff, Ari, Solid, Kinsey, and who am I missing? Damn it, there's one other person. I'm doing a feature on them for a brunch with my creator starting this Sunday. And every week I'm gonna have a different member of Cadre speaking on brunch with my creator. Here is everyone. So we got Ari, Swan, Kinsey, Solid, Sean, and Jeff, right?
Perfect.
But when you talk about like actual revolution and what that's gonna take, I'm telling you, no one on this application, no one on this app has come close to understanding what revolution means and what it will take. And so if you really are someone that's serious about like, oh, spell it again, Cadre, C-A-D-R-E, but it's not just about like the name, that's just the name for the people that are actually doing the work. But they're always here and they like hop up on my panel at different times or whatever. But like I said, starting this brunch with my creator is back this Sunday at brunch with my creator is back this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And every Sunday from this Sunday moving forward, we will be doing brunch with my creator with a different Cadre member. And I will be starting with Sean, who is Watch My Legs, Commiserator Sean. And it'll give like more information on Cadre, what they do, what they're about, and you know, like things along those lines. But understanding like true revolution, if you really are interested in that's something that you are actually like looking for.
Yeah, in which I am.
That's the direction you need to go, because that doesn't exist within like a political system of the political power at all.
It's in, I think, and I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think that, and I've said this on my page several times, I think these conversations can't exist within this app, genuinely.
Nope. Solid has a Patreon. They all have, they're in a Patreon, and they like, I'm telling, like he teach classes, like he has studies, like they do like training courses. There's a lot. So.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I hate hearing the Trump people come up. And I was like, you know what? I think this is someone that I'd like to engage in conversation with and just share ideas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hope it was enjoyable for you.
It was. And like I tell anyone, because at times I do have people come up who are like, I'm not on the right. I'm actually someone on the left, but I disagree with this. I disagree with this. Like the reason why I've changed the way that I've been doing these debates, and it doesn't say like MAGA, you're this or whatever, and it's not specifically just talking to the right, is because I do think it's important to actually not only hold ourselves accountable, but also to right here, right now, challenge our beliefs and firmly get grounded in what we believe. So because the midterms are coming up, because the next presidential election, that's coming up as well. We all need to be on one accord, grounded firmly in our beliefs. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is if we stress test our beliefs. And so that's what this is. And so I absolutely appreciate that.
Absolutely. It was wonderful talking to you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, like, I appreciate her coming up. Like, literally, that's the reason why I say if you disagree with something on the background, because even if someone is on the left, they might not look at things the way that I look at them. And I think it's important for me to stress test my beliefs, but I also think it's important for people who are on the left who may not be clearly, rooted in their beliefs to have that stress test as well, so they can make a cohesive decision as far as like what they really believe in. Debbie's in the chat for Toddy, who became a late night tuber. Debbie's in the chat. Guys, if you're over on YouTube and you're not a member, grab a membership. You get access. I'm going to put some more stickers in today, like some really cool emotes. So if you're not a super fan or a member, do that. But you get like the preference for the like super chat. And then you also get access to an amazing Discord. So if you're not a member over on YouTube, grab a membership. If you're not a super fan here on TikTok, become a super fan. Debbie's in the chat for Joy for the $9.99 YouTube super chat to say, yikes. I hope this helps for the napkin fund for the white tears. Yeah, he was crying a bunch of white tears before he did the weird shit. Debbie's in the chat for Ashley for the $5 donation. Caller is a fan. He mentioned Parker's Live. When is MAGA ever going to come up with sources? All fifis. That's all they got. Literally, that's all they have. Literally, they're all feelings. They're all feelings. Debbie's in the chat, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, Crooks. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm a Trump supporter. Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you an American citizen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What state do you live in?
New York.
New York? What's the capital of New York?
Sorry?
What's the capital of New York?
You cutting out. What did you say?
Okay. You're trying to take time to Google. I hear you tapping on your keyboard. Find your own fascists. It's weird when like international people come in and they want to claim our fascists. Like, no, find your own. Hi, Chris. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, Chris. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. Drop it down. Hi, Joy. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I think I joined by mistake.
No worries. I'll drop it.
Sorry. Have a good day.
Thank you. Again, guys, I'm going to take a quick moment here. Take a look at the bottom of the screen. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're good. You're just here. You're listening. But if you see the gray person, that means you are in the request. And if you are in the request, that means you are here and you are ready for some debate. So please, please, please check the bottom of your screen. Make sure, because sometimes it happens when we're tapping. Make sure that if you see the gray person, that means you're in the request. You're here. You're ready to debate. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. But if you see the gray person, then you're in the request and you're here to debate. That means that you are either a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. That means that you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, because we're only looking for some debates. All right, let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hello, yes. Santana, I debated you earlier, Ammo, when I was kicked from the live.
Oh, because you said the name of a drug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Mo. Is there something on the background that you specifically disagree with?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to continue the debate from last time.
No. I've already changed topics. I mean, if you have something on the background specifically that you disagree with, then we can engage with that. But I don't want to revisit something that we've already moved off of.
Okay. Of course. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
W's in the chat for Carly for the $5 donation saying, my brother voted reform. Oh, the Reform Party sucks. UK answers to MAGA. I can't stop thinking about how he said he used to think of himself as left until he saw the way the left were. Now he refuses to listen. The reason I fear that it's what I'm seeing in both the UK and the US. Big love. Carly, first and foremost, thank you for that $5 donation. You are absolutely fucking amazing. Thank you for that. Secondly, like, I understand what you're saying. And even more so, that's why I tried to tell this person earlier, when he started talking about like geopolitics and then like left versus right. While I know it may be easy to sit here and pretend as if like the left is the left and the right is the right, no matter where you are, when you look at how like different societies currently function, the things that they do or don't have, the things that they're driving towards, comparing the left and the right in any other sense outside of the US is not something that I like to do. I'm not saying that there is not like a through line which connects certain things, but just saying that the left is the left no matter where you are and the right is the right no matter where you are, like that's not true. And so like I think there's a lot of faulty logic with that being said. So him like basing his point as far as voting for the Reform Party in the UK, even though off of what he's seeing from the left in the US, I think that's dangerous. So yeah, there's that. Again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Got it. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. America's sick. I know why it's sick, but America's sick, and that's because of white privilege. White privilege has been the bane of the issues that we have had throughout the history of our society, throughout the history of our country. White privilege has overwhelmingly been harmful. And the thing that I always say, when people come up and they try to deny the premise of white privilege, it's literally because they benefit from it. It's normally someone who is either a white person that denies the lived experience and the different things. Hey, Craftway, thank you so much. That's fucking awesome. A white person that's denying the actual experience of not only Black and brown people or non-white people today, but also like the history of what our country's done. But because they can't put their finger on like one specific thing that benefits them, they think that it doesn't exist. Like that's how they perceive this. That's where they always start. American exceptionalism. I don't understand why people think like America's just number one. And not only do they think like America's just number one, it's the unfound confidence and bravado that is put into America being the best. And my question always goes back to name one thing, thank you for the cake, outside of the military and the GDP that America's number one in. One thing that's beneficial, because I can name a shit ton of negative things that, you know, the United States is number one in, but name one positive thing, right? MAGA, the right, they're absolutely violent. And something that I haven't gotten a chance to talk to about, like when I say the right is violent, is not only the amount of violence that they perpetuate, but the way that they justify violence, right? And when I say justify violence, I mean that if it's violence and acted in something that they believe in, then it's okay. But if it's violence in something that they don't believe in, then it's bad. The right thinks they have a monopoly on violence. And that's why you see them going in and destabilizing other countries, and they're supporting Donald Trump destabilizing Venezuela, sending in sending in the actual military and capturing the head of Venezuela and murdering people. But then they're up in arms about the protests that aren't peaceful when it comes to ICE. Right? It's literally a contradiction in the two, because they think they have a monopoly on violence. And so violence is only justifiable when they're inflicting it, but violence is never justifiable if they feel like it's being inflicted on them. That's where we are. The left, we are not absolved. We are not, just the shining example. The biggest problem that I have with the left, and this is one of the biggest problems that I really have as far as what's getting ready to occur with the midterm elections. The Democratic Party is going to fall ass backwards into power. Literally, that's because Donald Trump, the Trump administration, the right have been so incompetent, has been so harmful, and has negatively impacted so many Americans that every single general election, special election, everything that we've seen since Donald Trump has taken power, the left has won, right? Now, the issue with that is the Democratic Party, the DNC, the leadership within the House or the Senate, Hakeem Jeffries, none of them, fucking Chuck Schumer, none of them have been mapping out, supporting, or driving any initiatives that are important to the constituents. It's only been about the things that they care about. Hell, Chuck Schumer was at a lunch where he said that under his lead, the Senate, Democratic senators have passed the most funding for Israel ever. And as long as he is the head of the Senate for the Democrats, they will continue to support Israel with whatever they need. That's not what we're saying that we want. No one is standing on the left saying we want Israel to have more funding, more weapons. That's literally no one saying that. But that's what the head of the political system is saying. And so we have a sense of the left eating our own, because when we do have people that are positioned that want to advocate for the things that we truly need and that we truly want, they fight those people. They fight Bernie Sanders. They fight AOC. They fight Zoran Mandani. They fight Jasmine Crockett. Hell, even Kamala Harris, which, don't get me wrong, she's not anywhere as far left as I would like her to be, but she was absolutely progressive versus what we've had in Joe Biden, Barack Obama, or anyone else. They fought her. Now, the reason why they fought her was more so because of the patriarchy. It wasn't just because she wasn't a conservative Democrat enough. It was literally because of the patriarchy. Like that's the thing. And that's the last point that we have to talk about, the patriarchy. The patriarchy is harmful. The patriarchy disenfranchises every single person that is not a white man. The patriarchy has done nothing but other everyone. And so when you look at the impacts that the patriarchy has had on the different intersects throughout the history of our country, there's no benefit. There's literally, we have received no benefit unless you're a white man. White men sit at the top. They get, all the benefits. Everyone else gets the scraps. And that's the issue. That's literally the issue. So that's my premise. That's literally my premise. That's why America's sick. And prove me wrong. I'm willing to hear you out.
Nobody needs to prove anything.
Hi, BG. Are you a Trump support? Yeah, I know. Yes, nigger. Ooh. No one. Ooh, nigger. Sure. BG. Sure. Listen, would you like to engage, or did you? Oh no, you just came up here to crash out and run. He came to crash out and run, but then when I slurred, I took it. That was the only thing that he had, and I took his toy away, and so he had nothing. The fuck are we doing? Fuck are we doing? When I tell you, like, the amount of mediocre racism that I see on a daily basis, it's super interesting to me. And it's not only super interesting to me because, like, none of these people that do this online would do this in real life. That's why they do this online. That's why they perpetuate harm online, because they can't do that in real life. Because if they tried to do that in real life, they would be counting their teeth. And not only that, normally they're these goofy, weird-looking incels. And so their only personality they have is online. They can't exist in real life. And so that's why they do this. But the problem that I have, more so than them being weak, goofy incels, cosplay Nazis, is that they're just so unoriginal. Like, literally, they're just so unoriginal. The one thing that I value is humor and originality. If you can actually be creative and you can actually do something that hasn't been done before, then hey, we can talk. But coming up here and just calling me the N-word, what is it, Tuesday? That's what you got? Fuck out of here. That's why, I don't know if you guys have seen this before, and this is one reason why I love like the spaces that I frequent, especially like the Black spaces. When a bunch of us Black creators get into like one space together and we get on a panel, and like we're exuding Black joy, because like the one thing that racists hate the most is like Black joy. Like they hate people talking about racism, but they hate more than people talking about racism, Black joy, right? And so when there's a bunch of Black creators in one space and we start to exude Black joy, they come in and they do whatever they can do to try to still stop or stifle that Black joy. The problem that they have, though, is that they don't understand that Black people literally are the funniest group of people on earth. And Santana, I will help you pack. Sure, Legends, come up here. Oh, look, I can't even invite you. You're just a nameless clown that doesn't even get the yip yap in the chat anymore. Black people are literally the funniest people on earth. And if you can't come with some fire, then you will get roasted. If you don't have the ability to squabble up, you're gonna get your feelings hurt. And I'll tell you guys a quick story. One night I was on Swan's panel, and it was me, Swan, Solid, Sean, I can't remember who else. There's a couple of us on the panel, right? And this Italian man who literally lives in Italy came in. Legends, I don't understand why you just follow me when you literally, now I'm gonna go ahead and just block you, bub. I don't care about you following me. Come back on your main. I don't care about that. Come back on your main. I just blocked you. Go get your main and come back. That's what they do as well. They hide behind like spam accounts. I don't care about spam accounts. Go get your main. So we were up on Swan's panel, right? And since we were on Swan's panel, we were just talking, laughing, like just doing our own thing. And this Italian white man, like literally from Italy, lives in Italy right now, came up on the panel. And the first thing that he said, no, we're on Jeff's panel. Sorry, Jeff's panel. Came up, the first thing he said was, what's up my fried chicken and grape Kool-Aid? Jeff said, hi, what point do you disagree with on the background? And he said, what's up my fried chicken and grape Kool-Aid? And so then we knew what type of time he was on. And so then we all proceeded to get on demon time. And what happened after that was the funniest shit that I have ever seen in my life. When I tell you, we levied a JJK jumping. When I tell you the jokes were a barrage of hilarity that I have never experienced in my life. The amount of jokes and the amount of running him over the coals that occurred, I was literally in tears. And then Solid made the decision to play the Olive Garden song. Hey, mammo, mammo Italiana, hey, mammo. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. He lost his shit and said, I don't understand why you guys have to be so mean and why you're doing this. By the end of the time that we finished, he told us that we were being mean and why are we doing this to him? Even after he requested up to a panel full of black people, and Jeff said, which point do you disagree with on the background? And he said, what's up, my fried chicken and grape Kool-Aid? Listen, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. This is the funniest part though. After he rage quit, I came off mute and I said, and fuck cannolis. And that caused Athena Covey to request up. And I thought I was in trouble. Athena got in a box and she came off mute. And she said, Mamma mia, bolognese, fettuccine. I lost my shit. Literally lost my shit. So the point that I'm getting across with this story is just to let people know, like, if you think your words are actually going to harm black people, you got us fucked up. You don't know that black people are resilient because you've tried to break us throughout the history of this world and you can't do it. They've literally tried to break people in every part of the globe. They've tried to break black people in every part of the globe, and they've been unsuccessful. We're still standing, literally. So, racists, if you're going to come up and you're going to engage in the racism, cool. Got 2 requirements, though. Number 1, no spam accounts, no troll accounts. Do it on your main, because I will make you turn on your camera. You can say whatever fucked up shit you want to say, but make sure you say it with your chest and do it with your face on the screen. If you can't do it with your face on the screen, then you don't get to do it at all. Number 2, make it clever. be funny. I have no interest in milquetoast whitewash racism. You recycling the same things that your clan ancestors said. That shit doesn't move me. Those are two things. Those are the two things. That's where we are. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Strategic. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I just want to say I love you, brother Santana, and I hope that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support, but only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Please, guys. Please. W's in chat for Mary for the $5 donation saying, thank you for speaking the truth. I enjoy hearing your platform and also with others. Appreciate what you do. Mary, thank you so much for the $5 donation and thank you for the love. And I promise you, as long as you guys keep giving me a platform, I will continue to speak up and speak out. Like there's nothing that anyone will ever do to get me to stop. As long as you guys entrust me with the ability to speak for you, I will speak for you. Period. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $5 donation saying the left needs to actually organize. Where's our version of Project 2025? Because the right has been planning and plotting for years. Like the big issue is like Project 2025 was derived by the Heritage Foundation, who has a long-term agenda, and they aren't stuck to just like one specific person or time frame. They've been playing the long game. That's why they were able to overturn Roe. Right, that's what the Heritage Foundation has been about, right? W's in the chat for Tiffany for the $15 donation. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for the $15 donation. I was wondering if I could come up just for a minute to tell you something. I want to respect your space before I requested. You're amazing regardless of the work that you're doing. Tiffany, yes, as long as it's not something about me. I get uncomfy when people talk about me. So if it's something that you want to share or talk about for a moment, sure, you can come up with not as long as if it's something about me, then no. W's in chat for Roberta for the $10 donation saying thank you for all that you do. It's helped so much when I take my granddaughter Black out in public because I will punch a B word if I need. Listen. Sometimes people need to be chin checked. I always tell people, like, listen, try me. I mean, try Jesus. Don't try me because I got hands and I carry. W's in the chat for Demo for the $9.99 euro. It said USA acts pubs in Britain during World War II. Pubs in Britain during World War II, but it didn't fly with the British. They created black-only signs located in protected. Oh, yeah. They try to push segregation. Absolutely. And W's in the chat for the $4.99 euro say, look into the Battle of Bamberg Bridge. USA also tried to force racist views on Britain. The United States of America has tried to force like the racist ideology on other countries as well throughout the history. And it's super interesting when you take a look at how that's actually happened. So there's that. W's in the chat for Paul for the $5 donation saying, you managed to make me smile at least once every live. P.S. told three fans about your channel. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate it. W's in the chat for Paul, guys. Thank you so much for the $5. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, Brittany. Hi. You said you had something you wanted to talk about?
Yes. So I know you said nothing about you, but it's more about really the community created. So I am a biracial woman, but I identify as African-American, Black. And I did not grow up with a lot of Black influence, I guess. I don't really know how to quite say that. My mother was white and my father was not around. And the community that you've created here has really been able to teach me a lot just from watching your lives and being able to follow some of the creators that you interact with. So I wanted to say thank you for that because I actually have biracial children. They look white. And my 6-year-old actually watches your lives with me, and a lot of the things that you guys talk about, we talk about.
Let me know that, like, I have to clean up the way that I talk, because I have to stop cursing so much if I know kids.
Oh no.
Like, I always think this adults, but I don't like cursing around kids. That's a thing for me.
Those are like adult words. We've talked about them because there are some things that he hears. But I also want him to realize that, like, this is stuff that he's going to have to deal with out in the real world. I've been approached and told that, like, I was kidnapping my own children because they look nothing like me.
Oh, holy smokes.
I've been called, like the babysitter because they look nothing like me. I mean, my kids are like blonde, like eyes, like blonde hair, blue-eyed, like kids. So like they look nothing like me. So it's something that we've had to deal with. So being able to like bring those influences into their lives has created a safe space for us to talk about it. So I appreciate you, and I thank you guys for that, because it's made my mom heart happy that I've been able to do what my mom couldn't do for me,
right,
and bring that into their lives. So I appreciate you and all of the followers that you guys have that have been able to teach me and my kids a lot.
No, listen, one thing that I definitely pride myself on is the community building that we've been able to engage in. And like, while I may be like the face on the screen, there's so many people that's a part of our community that makes everything go from like K to the mods to management. Like, literally, I tell people this, and I truly mean this. If my wife didn't let me do this, then I wouldn't be doing this. So like, she's literally the reason why I'm doing this, because like, it's good with her. And she's embraced the community, and everyone has started to embrace each other. That's why, like, I truly enjoy the people that's in the Discord, but then I try to remind like our chats, because I know people can go from like space to space and things can be different and all this other stuff. But I like to make sure that at the very least, the space that we have is inclusive and also protective. And so that's why I don't allow like dehumanizing terminology. That's why I won't talk about certain things that I feel like, perpetuate harm or is exclusive of the people that we're talking about, unless there's proper representation. Like, I think all those things are important, but I also think there's a very important aspect of teaching that has to occur. And like, I haven't been doing that as much lately because we haven't had late nights in a long time, but we're starting back late nights this Sunday. And I think like that's the place where like the community really like debating's cool. I enjoy debating, but if you actually enjoy this space and you've never checked out late nights, like, you're gonna fucking fall in love. Freaking sorry, I'm sure.
I watch late nights all the time.
Yeah, people are gonna like, love late nights, because that's like community and education and actual like growth that we see a lot of that happening. So like, I'm excited.
I watch a lot of Dean and Parker as well, almost every day as well. But like, it's definitely different. You definitely see a different side of people when you're talking about like the racial aspect and all the things that play into being a brown person or a black person, or, like something other than white. Like, no one understands what it truly looks like. And even my husband is white. And the fact that like, he's had to listen to some of the stuff, and like, he's had to experience it and for the first time a lot of the time, and it's like an eye-opener for him too. I've been able to show him some of the things that you guys have been talking about in lives, and you guys are able to explain it a lot better. So like, it's definitely been like an eye-opener, a conversation starter between me and my spouse as well.
No, I think that it's super important. And like, I think like challenging who we are as people is important. And so I ended up, I was minding my own black ass business yesterday when apparently someone decided to join the live and said, Santana is a misogynist, and he said it's okay to be a misogynist. I was like, what? When did I say it's okay? I'm completely misrepresenting the point of what I was making. But then I got an opportunity to hop up and say like, hey, the crux of what I'm saying, and maybe I can say it better instead of just saying like, I'm a misogynist. But my point is like, by me saying that is making sure that I'm not othering myself. But the point as far as what I said is that like, I know that I'm inherently misogynistic because I'm a man. And since I'm a man, I have to actively work on not only my inherent misogyny, but the biases that I have from being a man, and addressing those on a daily basis. If you're not moving forward, if you're standing still, you're moving backwards. And so every day, like, I have to check myself. I have to acknowledge my privilege. I have to work on my biases, and I have to use my privilege to amplify and protect women, right? Giving them spaces to, just step in front of me and speak up when something's important, and then like stopping people from engaging in harm towards them and things like that. So like, I think understanding those inherent biases that we all have and the privilege that we all have is the first step of addressing that and making things better for everyone. And so like, that's the reason why I say it the way that I say it, is because I never want to seem like I'm talking about men. I always try to catch myself when I'm like, well, men do this or men do that. No, like us men, we do that. So like, but I think it's really good to be able to like hear those things that at times make us uncomfortable, because once we're uncomfortable, we challenge our train of thought and who we are, and then we can grow. Like we can grow from that discomfort, and that's super important.
And I heard you talk to Parker the other day about like how, and Dean, about how they are like shaping the minds of the younger generation. But also like you have helped shape the minds of the older generation, because like a lot of the older generations don't look at the younger people as someone they should listen to because they're younger, right? They haven't had the life experience. They haven't had, the knowledge that they've had in their years of time. But someone who's kind of like on their same level age-wise, I feel like they are more receptive to. So being able to like hear it from like that older perspective has, I feel like, helped shape the older generation. So that's something that like you've done a lot of too. So I want you to remember that as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the thing that I will say about that is I think that us not being aware that like literally most of the revolution or like protests or things that we've had push us forward as a society has been led by the young people. It's never been a situation where the older generation has just taken the reins and making things better. It tends to be that like the older generation holds on for too long. And so we have to acknowledge those younger people that are actively doing the things, and we have to be able to guide the youth at the same time as like understanding like the difference and the lived reality. One thing that I tell young people all the time, especially if it's a young person that supports like Donald Trump or the right-wing ideology, like, hey, the things that yesterday Donald Trump overturned one of the largest and biggest environmental regulations that was put in place by the Obama administration. And it was an actual like pollution EPA regulation. But the point being is like the things that they're doing today, we're not going to be directly impacted by those things today. But in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the things that we're doing today and the harm that we're causing today is going to be the burden that like the future generations are going to have to either bear or deal with. And so like we need those young people leading the way because they have the foresight as far as their future versus like we live here now, and yes, we will be a part of the future, but it's their future. So, but anyway, I appreciate you coming up and saying that, and I'm glad that you found space here. So, absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a great day.
You as well. A couple of things, guys. If you're over on YouTube and you're listening, and you're saying that you want to come up, I have not set up the call-in line yet from YouTube. So the only way that you can come up from YouTube is if you are over on TikTok. You have to have a TikTok account in order to get up. I saw someone saying they're over from YouTube. Invite me up. I sent you an invite, but it looked like I don't know what happened. Temporary 444. Yeah. Yeah, it won't let you join because you're too new. Yeah, sorry about that. I am going to work on that. I'm going to probably do it at some point this weekend and try to have that call-in line set up and corrected so we can get into it. Guys, again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, just like CWLG. W's in the chat for CWLG for the $4.99 super chat to say, this convo reminds me of the saying that the goal isn't to not be racist. The goal is to be anti-racist. Exactly. Literally, that's the goal. You can't just say I'm not racist. You have to be anti-racist. You can't just say I'm not misogynistic. You have to be anti-misogynistic. Like all of those things, you have to actively fight against every single day. And if you're not fighting against being those things every single day, then you're those things. So Debbie's in chat for Emily for the $15 donation. Thank you so much, Emily. Saying Santana, my 14-year-old was expressing pro-Trump ideology, and so I found you and a bunch of other people. Thank you so much for being an amazing role model and doing what you do, the heavy lifting. You've helped make this mama proud. Listen, W's in the chat for you, Emily. Thank you so much for that $15 donation and that love. But even more so, I love hearing that. And like, I think it's super important because especially like young men are very impressionable, and we tend to, like, at younger age, we look for some type of strong influence, and it's always like a fork in the road where you can go one way or the other. And so I think that's super important to address. So I'm really happy to hear you say that. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for you. Thank you for the 15, and tell your son I said hi. Donna, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Donne, sorry, Donne, I always fuck up. Donne, I'm so glad that you put it at the end. Donne, thank you so much for the $25 donation, saying thank you for all that you do. You're fucking amazing. W's in chat for Robin for the $5 donation. Thank you, Robin. You are so fucking kind. W's in the chat. All right, so there's two people in the request. I'm gonna bring both of them up. And I don't think either one of them are necessarily opposition. So let's check this really quick. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. Yes, I have heard about Project Esther. And yes, it is really insane. Have you heard about Project Phoenix? Project Phoenix is even worse. Yeah. All right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. It's that time. Look up at the top, you see the word follow. Boom, boom, boom. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right here. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. And we're at 173 followers. I would love to somehow get to 200 followers like immediately. I'm positive that there are 27 people watching out of the 1,500 that do not follow me. So hit that follow button right there. Please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. If you see a gray heart, that means you haven't sent your daily heart me, but you got to go back in and claim it. You got to go back in and claim it. You got to claim it. You got to get those things. I would love to somehow get to 200 people. We're at 181 now. 181. All we need is 19 people. If you're one of the 19 people that have not followed me, if you see that word follow up there and you're like, I don't know about this guy, then hit that follow button, come back and give me another chance. If you're like, I like that guy, hit that follow button so you can see more of me. If you're like, this guy's stupid, he's got a punchable face, hit that follow button. You can rage out to me every single day. I don't care which side of the aisle, where you stand, you like me, you don't like me, whatever, hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers. And once we get to 100,000 followers, I'm gonna throw some on the grill and you can come. But even more so than hitting that follow button here, I need you to hit that follow button here, right here. The backup to the backup. This is the backup to the backup. The reason why it's super important that you guys follow this account right here, follow this account, is because we are about to do a restart. And when we do the restart, we're going to the backup to the backup. This is the account that we're going to be on. When we restart, we're going to be on this account right here. This account. We have not done a sparring on this account before, so it'll be our first on this account. And guys, the one thing that I like to remind people, is when we go to the other accounts, second here. When we go to the other accounts, they lose their shit. They're super unhinged when we're on the other accounts. They absolutely lose their shit when we're on the other accounts. So when we get over to the backup, this account, make sure you're following all three accounts. This account, this is the backup to the backup. We are creating redundancy because MAGA, the left, MAGA Trump supporters, the right, they're a bunch of haters. They get super emotional And even more so during Black History Month, they hate to hear Black people talk about like racism. And so they actively try to harm the accounts and get them taken down. Like that's all they got. They can't debate me, so they hate me, right? Regardless, follow this account. We're gonna hit a restart, but when we hit a restart, we're going to be on this account right here. This one. So make sure you hit that follow button because this is the account we're gonna be on. All right? So it's gonna take maybe about 2 minutes tops. I'm going to find someone for YouTube to watch for a moment. I'm gonna switch the accounts over to this account, and then we're gonna go live. And when we go live, I need everyone locked in, tapping the screen, sharing the live, sending your daily heart me, doing all the wonderful things. I am more than positive that we're gonna get a bunch of ops. When they see an account that doesn't have that many followers or like they don't like normally come across, even though like all of it's my same face, they tend to come in because they're like, I don't know who this is. Let me go debate this person. So I'm telling you, I think we're about to have a shit ton of fun, but I need everyone to lock in. All right, YouTube, let me give you guys someone to watch.
Hello, Russell. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on? Happy Free Speech Friday.
Thank you. I just popped up to say hello and hope you're having a good day. I'm finally kind of coming out of my fugue.
Okay.
So with all the busyness I've had since the end of the year.
Did you buy yourself some chocolates and some lace underwear for tomorrow?
Chocolates, no, I'm diabetic.
Fair.
You know.
Fair. Sorry.
And I'll just stop there. Because the other, it is Friday.
Yes.
So
it is indeed. It is indeed.
And
it is indeed.
Parading around and that is not a vision, even for myself. That no,
I can't even believe I said it, to be perfectly honest.
I mean,
I'm regretting that moment.
Because that's going to be that's not only going to be in my head, but it's going to be in your head for a while. So
yeah, it's not the only thing that's going to be in my head.
Hey,
I'll leave that right there. I'll leave that right there. We're doing love languages tonight, and I'm going to get into play some of the best love songs ever written tonight at Facts for Facts After Dark at 7. So if you're around, you want to come back, please do.
I will do so. Wow, my love language is Klingon. That's sad.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Peace, my dude. Okay, so let me go back to this sound from Lawrence O'Donnell, and we'll wrap.
Donald Trump is not the first president to launch an unwinnable war. Presidents have been doing that with disturbing regularity since Vietnam. Donald Trump is the first president to launch an unwinnable war in the United States against the people of the United States, people who then used the rights granted to them in the Constitution to rise up and protest against Donald Trump's war. And the protesters won. The protesters faced a unique challenge in getting through to Donald Trump and forcing him to retreat. They had to change the mind of a man who has no connection to reality, no comprehension of the Constitution, and no basic human decency. A man who is surrounded by the most incompetent, ignorant, and amoral cabinet and advisors in the history of the American presidency. A group that on any given day is capable of saying things that no one who ever emerged from the Senate confirmation process in our history could have possibly said before the weakest Republican Senate in history decided to confirm Donald Trump's cabinet. Today's winner of the daily competition for most perverse thing said by a Trump cabinet member said, and these are the exact words, quote, "I'm not scared of a germ, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats." Unfortunately, guessing who said that about germs and cocaine?
That's right. Like you could just flip a coin. Who said this shit? I am not going to judge someone for substance use addictions. I'm not going there, but this is the fucking cabinet.
And toilet seats is easier than it should be.
How many of you?
I'm not afraid of a germ. I used to snort blow off of a toilet seat. Nothing to see here. And then I moved on to gutting a moose.
I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
Yes, that is Donald Trump's Secretary of
Health and Human Services.
And Human Services.
Correct.
Telling us.
Correct.
Why we shouldn't be afraid of communicable diseases, at least the ones he didn't get from toilet seats. It would be nice if we could regard something like that as funny. But he is the sociopath who deliberately steered people to their deaths with his opposition to vaccines, the single greatest advance in the history of medicine.
Correct.
Donald Trump has found more ways to kill more people during peacetime than any president in history. He appoints.
Correct.
Wanted them to. The world's richest man killing the world's poorest children.
Correct.
And so how does a protester on the streets of Minneapolis get through the heartless depravity that defines Donald Trump and surrounds Donald Trump? Video recordings proved Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered in Minneapolis by Donald Trump's invasion forces.
They were.
And that made Donald Trump's invasion of Minneapolis ultimately politically untenable for him.
Correct.
As his poll numbers found new lows every week. And so after 2 murders, Donald Trump orders his invasion forces into retreat.
A significant drawdown has already been underway this week and will continue to the next week. A small footprint of personnel will remain for a period of time to close out and transition full command and control back to the field office.
Hey, Tom, just curious, where's the bag of cash, Tom? Where's the $50,000 that we all know you took? Where is that?
After Donald Trump's full retreat announced today, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz said this.
Minnesotans never wavered. And for that, I will be forever grateful. I think it's probably safe to say the rest of the country will be forever grateful because they showed what it means to stand up for what's right, to stand up for the true principles of this country, to stand with the Constitution, and to stand with human decency. And so I want to note that the announcement today by...
Real quick, Sam and or Mods, Gravedigger, bro, thank you so much. Would somebody mind reaching out to him so I don't forget? He's said he made a song for us for Do Something, so I don't forget. I will.
And if you dare, truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Boom. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. you care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana? Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
Nope.
This a flame space. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Guys, welcome back. This account has that new car smell. This account literally has that new car smell. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We are on the backup to the backup. So once you guys get in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me's. This is the first time that a lot of people are going to be able to send their daily heart me's. So do that. Send your daily heart me's. It's only 1 coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to reset the gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals, and that will help. Why did it change that? That's not what we're doing. No. Where is it? This here. Hold on. Don't be playing in my face. Let's see here. Boom. All right. There we go. We are back. We're back with the backup to the backup. And so if you are not following this account, first and foremost, hit that follow button. We're going to make sure that we have redundancy. We're going to make sure that we have the ability to continue to do the thing, right? We want to be able to do the thing. Now, with that being said, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. And guys, America's sick. America's absolutely sick. Why does it keep doing that? Stop it. I don't want this one. Hold on. Oh, thank you for the heart hands. That was not supposed to be the goal. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Stop it. I don't want like multiple things. I just want the one. Okay, edit goal. Let's see here. All right. Pink heart puffs. All right, pink heart puffs. Confirm. There we go. Auto, turn that one off. There we go. All right, boom. There we go. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 25,000 likes. Let's get the likes up to 25,000 likes. And again, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Again, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Again, send your daily heart. It's only 1 coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. America's sick. America's absolutely sick. And the reason why I know for a fact that America's sick is because white privilege. White privilege has been a plague on our country, and white privilege is something that the most interesting part about white privilege is that people who benefit from white privilege swears that there is no such thing as white privilege because they don't know that they have white privilege. Fucking wild. American exceptionalism is whipping everyone's ass. The word just whipped my ass for half a second, but the premise that for somehow the United States of America is the greatest country on earth when it's not. It's literally not. There has yet to be anyone that can tell me what America actually leads in that's a positive, that's not the GDP or the military. Why can't you do it? If America's so great, if this was actually the land of the free, home of the brave, all that good stuff, then you should be able to say like, oh, it's amazing because of this and that and this and that. But yet they always fall short when I say like, hey, give me something, give me one thing. Give me one, just one thing. And they can never do the one thing. Oh, really? Okay. MAGA is absolutely the right wing of the party. The right wing of the political system is absolutely violent. And you can see that through the histrionics. You can see that throughout the history of the political ideology. That's how it goes. That's funny. I didn't realize that. Sorry, guys, I got sidetracked. The left, we're not absolved. We're literally not absolved. The left, we self-sabotage. We eat our own. We have these moral standards that are unattainable. And it's weird that we hold these moral standards and we are willing to cripple ourselves instead of actually fighting to get to a point where we can push things forward. That's a problem. And last but not least, the patriarchy. The patriarchy is absolutely the issue. The patriarchy has disenfranchised anyone that is not a white man. Period. Don't play games with me, Noah. Don't play games with me. The patriarchy absolutely disenfranchises anyone that is not a white man. And if you are not a white man, then none of this is set up to benefit you. If you're not a white man, then the patriarchal system literally is in place to disenfranchise you. And as soon as we can address that, then we can actually start looking at how do we fix this country? Because there's nothing that has been said. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out these gifts. I don't know what the fuck is happening with the gifts. You mean if you're not a straight white man? No, I just mean white men. Like you can be, the reason why I say that is because you can talk about the different intersex when it comes to being a white man, but if you're a white man, you still have access to the highest level of the patriarchy. You can be a queer white man, but you're still, at the end of the day, a white man. So, like, no. These gifts are gallery gifts. I don't understand gift galleries. I don't know what gift galleries are about. I'm just trying to get like the little 1-cent coins, and then it won't let me like change certain stuff. I don't know what's happening. Like I just want the 1 coin gifts. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, this is the backup to the backup. So make sure you're hitting that follow button. This is the backup to the backup. So make sure you are hitting that follow button. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Inger, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I was actually tapping.
Tapping? All right, I'm gonna drop you down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Sammy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes?
Israel 9/11, Israel 9/11, Israel.
That's so weird. They're so weird. George, I'm going to mute you because no one cares what you have to say in the comments, but also get in the box. Get in the box. Sammy, I can still see you. I have you blocked on the other account, but I'm glad that you came up here. I can block this account too. I can block this account too, you weirdo. I can block that account too, you weirdo. Like, it's so weird that, like, that's the thing that you do. I think since he's become president, yeah. One thing that I find very interesting is that certain people are willing to say things in the comment, but they are very unwilling to say it with their chest. MAGA Trump supporters, I don't really care about what you're saying in the comments. I don't care what you're screaming at the clouds or your dogs. I don't care what you're mumbling under your breath. If you're not going to get in the box and you're not going to say it with your chest, then you do not get to say it at all, especially not here. You can hate from outside of the club. I don't care about you hating from outside of the club. Get in the box. Hi, user. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am a Trump supporter, yes.
Okay. And what can I call you?
Like by my name?
Yeah, any actual name. I like to, talk to people like people.
Yeah, you can call me Colin. Why not?
Colin. All right, Colin. Colin, As a Trump supporter, what point on the background do you disagree with the most that you would like to start at?
I don't white privilege. Let's just go one by one here.
Sure.
So I don't agree with that because in America, by race and by ethnicity, the richest people are Asian American, are Asians, and then you got Indian, and then you have white, and then you have Black American.
So hold on, let me hop in for like half a second. And when you say, do you mean people from India? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, yeah, I guess you can say, or just Indian, like Indians as well.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that because the I word's a slur. That's what I'm trying to clarify. If you're talking about indigenous people,
how is
you can say indigenous, or you can even say Native Americans. But if you're talking about Indians, you mean people from India, right? Anything calling indigenous people the I word is considered a slur.
How is that a slur?
I don't want to explain it to you. I'm just telling you this is what they say, and we're going to respect the boundaries.
Who said that?
Indigenous people, they have told us the harmful terminology towards their communities.
What do I call them?
We're gonna,
brown people?
Indigenous people, or you can even say Native Americans, but like one of those.
Well, what's the person from India?
They're Indian.
Exactly.
That's why I said, are you talking about people from India?
Yeah. Well, yeah, people from India have greater.
Okay, then that's fine. That's why I was saying
that's what I meant, bud.
Okay, you're being weird, and I don't do the weird shit. So like, pull it in.
How am I being weird?
Right now, what you're doing is like the weird shit. So I want you to pull it in. Go ahead and finish your point. I just wanted to clarify as far as what you were talking about.
Okay, so we talked about white privilege, how that doesn't exist in America.
You didn't finish. You didn't finish your point, and we're not gonna like go through all of them. We're picking one point, and we're gonna talk about this. So are you done with what you have to say about white privilege?
Well, I mean, okay. For an example, African Americans have a higher tendency to get scholarships on, through DEI incentives, and just simple
just
stuff like that.
FYI, Colin.
Yeah.
1 second, just FYI, because now you're kind of moving on to a separate
just
part.
Saying.
And
Other man,
Colin, please don't start your sentence in the middle of my sentence anymore.
Yes, sir. 10-4.
So when you say the things that you're saying, just know that I'm going to make you stand on the things that you're saying, meaning if you don't have a source to prove the things that you're saying, then you're going to have to either stop saying the thing or you're going to have to admit that you lied, and then we can move on. Okay. So just to let you know, I'm keeping account of the things that you're saying, and I want to address those points.
Yes, sir.
So the first thing that you said, and I want to make sure that you're done on this point before we move to anything else, is you named off the group of people that are the wealthiest within our country, and you're saying this is why you don't think that white privilege exists. So I need to understand, did you want to add anything else to that?
Yeah.
Before we start talking about it?
I can. More white Americans live in under poverty than any other race in America. So I don't think you can generalize the 80 million people who live in America who live below the poverty line or live paycheck to paycheck. So I don't think that really white privilege exists. And that's something that
No, don't keep going.
No, I'm not going. But I'm going to elaborate.
No, it's all good because now you're just like you're spreading it all around. All right, I need you to substantiate any of the things that you're saying, because you're saying that like Asian people are the richest in the country, and then you're saying white people are the most below the poverty line. I need to understand where you're getting this information from and how you substantiate that, because depending on what you're seeing and what you're saying, like reading the data is completely different than parroting certain things that you've heard. So where are you getting this information from?
So the U.S. of Labor Statistics came out with the highest ethnicity earnings per race, and they have Asians in there, and then they have Indians in there, and then it's white,
now,
and then it's
wait, hold on, just to make sure you understand, because we can pull this up, and I already know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the individuals, or are you talking about the collective? Because that's super important.
I mean, is there substantial?
Yes, there's a difference. There's absolutely a difference if we're talking about the earning potential of individuals within a racial category versus the summation of the complete group.
I mean, per the group, it's statistically higher than any other.
It's not.
It's any other.
No, it's not.
So
It's
per,
literally
per
not.
race,
It's literally not. It's literally not. It's literally not. And they're talking about average household incomes when you look at the BLS. So what you're saying is not. It's literally manipulated data. That's why I said looking at the sources as far as what you're saying. Are you actually interpreting the data, or are you parroting things that you've heard?
I'm really interpreting the data.
You're not. You're literally parroting things that you've heard. And then even when you talk about like the makeup as far as the people that are below the poverty line, you're wrong. And this is completed. This is based off of the KFF study that was completed by the with the Census Bureau in 2024. So they don't have the information from 2025 just yet. This is the latest one that was put out. And looking at the implications of the poverty line per race, and number one is indigenous people.
Right.
Highest, ranging from anywhere from 19.3 to 25.4% of indigenous households are below the poverty line. Number two is Black people at 19.5 to 21.3%. Number three, Hispanic Latino is 16% to 17.7%. And number four is white people. 82.1 to 10.1%, and at the bottom is Asian people at 4.3% to 10.1%. So like your premise as far as like there's more, white people below the poverty line. If you're talking about total numbers, sure, because there's more white people in the country than there are any other people. But if you talk about the percentage of white people that are below the poverty line, they are number 4 out of 5 with looking at the different categories.
But I mean, that's just, I'm just saying that, white people don't make up the higher monarchy system than fellow Asian American.
No, they literally do. But like,
well, I mean,
when you talk about white privilege isn't based off of like the whole being able to economically prosper, because like white privilege isn't just about money, right? But white privilege is more about the ability to move through society without having to conform or shift to society versus society conforming around you.
Well,
and there's the difference.
I think that's very harmful to say.
I didn't even get to finish my sentence. Like you jumped in before I finished.
You started talking, so you can continue.
Also, you have like this kind of weird buzzing echo thing. I don't know what's happening. So
I don't know.
Like, can you check your mic?
I'm just connected to my phone. Like, I don't know if that's your headphones or not.
I've talked to multiple. I didn't mean to bring this person up. Sorry.
They were kind of.
It's not the right person. Hey, if you got the exclamation point by your name, come back up. I didn't mean to bring you up. I've been talking to people for hours. So like, it's not my headphones. It's literally you. Are you connected to any type of Bluetooth?
No, I'm not. I'm literally just sitting. Like, I'm in a vehicle right now, but it's parked.
But are you connected to the Bluetooth?
No.
Okay, check your case or something. Give it a second. Go on mute for me. I want to thank 3 people, and then I want to pass it to Athena. Debbie's in the chat for Blues for the $19.99 super chat to say, love you, Santana. Thank you, brother. Patricia, thank you so much for that $19.99 super chat. And Debbie's in the chat for Megan for the $5 super chat to say, it's my birthday in 2 days. Hey, happy early birthday. We're both Aquarius, fam. That means we're awesome. Absolutely. Peace, Megan. And Debbie's in the chat for Elliot for the $2 donation saying, I usually specify white cis men to acknowledge the nuance. Trans men challenge the patriarchy in a way that white cis men generally do not. There's definitely more nuance, but I wanted to just add that to your point. Elliot, I do agree to the fact that there are some nuances, but I do think that it's kind of like my point when I started talking about like misogyny. And so there are levels and layers of nuance, but like othering anyone in order to like create justification, I think just completely invalidates it in a certain way. So I think it's better for us to look at the whole when we're talking about the totality of the system. And then once we can actually start to dig into dismantling that system, then yes, we can talk about those nuances. But for people to understand how that breaks down and how it works, I keep it super high level. But I agree with you. I get it. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, this is the backup to the backup. So if you look up at the top, I'm positive that you probably see the word follow. You probably came over because you saw my main, but this is the backup to the backup. This is creating redundancy. We will be using this account more. So hit that follow button right there. Follow, follow, follow. Hit that follow button. We also have Kobe, Athena up here. Show Kobe some love. Show Athena some love. We're going to give the floor to her. Hey, Athena.
Hey, Santana. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What about you?
Good, good, good. I told them about the other, it was like a couple of weeks ago with the Italian guy that came up on Jeff's live and thought it was all fun and games until he got ran out the live.
Yeah, that was hella funny. I'm not gonna lie. But I was gonna ask the guest user, can you define white privilege?
A systemic issue involving a specific race of people.
What is white privilege specifically? Can you define white privilege? What's systemic issue?
White privilege, I can't give you the exact definition of it. I can kind
Not
of
the exact. Can you define it as best?
I would say
way
it's the
possible?
privilege to go on. I mean, we really don't have any privileges other than other Americans. It might be a hot take, but what can a white man do that a black person cannot do?
No one cares about this basic ass mayonnaise question.
Yeah,
I hate
exactly.
this basic ass question because
what can you do that I can't?
Stop, Colin, stop. The only reason I say I hate this is because this is the only thing that you guys have. This is like literally your fucking default. Engage as far as what Athena's saying. Like, answer her question directly. I don't want to hear a pivot.
Do you think black privileges exist?
I want you to answer her question directly. I don't care about a pivot.
So you're talking
I try,
about.
and I can't generalize what white privilege is if it doesn't exist.
Wait, but you would have to. Oh, sorry, Santana.
No. I apologize, and I'm gonna get back to you, Colin. One of two things happen. Either you actually answer what white privilege is, or you say, "I don't know. Can you tell me?" Super simple.
Yeah. I don't know. What can you tell me about it?
Okay, so how can you claim it doesn't exist if you don't know what it is?
I know the principles of it. It's
Okay, so what's the principle? What are the principles?
Reverse racism. It's stemming from reverse racism.
No, it's not stemming from reverse racism. I don't know what you're saying. What are the principles of white privilege? What is it? What are the characteristics of it? Like, what is white privilege? Can you pretend as if I have absolutely no idea what white privilege is and explain it to me?
Well, I already kind of told you that I'm not 100% sure what the whole or the exact definition would be. I just know it's a basic principle. It's a coping mechanism from other.
Okay,
races.
so again, I don't want all these other arguments. So my question is again, how do you claim it doesn't exist if you don't know what it is?
Well, I know the principles of it, and I know that.
Okay, what is one principle of white privilege?
Can you tell me, please? Can you tell me what is a principle of white privilege?
No, but you're saying you know what white privilege is, the principles. What is a principle of white privilege?
What can I do that a black person can't?
So that's an example of white
I told you to stop defaulting back to that shit.
Yeah, you're deflecting. We can go on to that after we define what. I'm not asking you for the examples of white privilege. I'm asking you for the definition of white privilege. We can go to the examples after we have dealt with the principles.
Can you read the exact definition?
I don't need to look it up. I know what white privilege is.
Then explain it to me because I'm asking.
No, but my question is, how can you determine whether white privilege exists or not if you don't know what it is?
Damn.
What your general understanding is, though.
I know that it's a systematic issue that apparently exists.
Not systematic, systemic. See, you don't even know what the difference is between systemic, right? I'll just cut to the chase because you clearly don't know what white privilege is. White privilege refers to any structural advantage that is attached to being socially classified as white, right? So for example, if you have legal systems like historical access to citizenship or land or voting, if whiteness is treated as neutral or universal within policing and criminal justice systems, if you are less likely to be subjected to police brutality, if you're less likely to receive unfair sentences, if you're less likely to be wrongfully convicted, if you are more likely to receive loans, if you are more likely to be represented within the media, if you're more likely to have political power, like within the U.S., white men make up 33% of the population, yet still hold about 60% of the office, like, right? Political office. So those are examples of white privilege, right? And I give you the definition of white privilege as well. So my question is, you clearly didn't understand what white privilege was. So what makes you think you can determine it exists or not?
We have discrimination laws and we just had a black president.
Do you think black people were oppressed in the 1800s?
1800s, America was established in 1776.
I didn't ask you when America was established. I asked you if black people were oppressed in the 1800s.
Of course, but Anthony Johnson was a slave
so do you
owner.
know, again, oh my God,
owner.
is this like bigotry bingo, bro?
Colin, just stay on mute for a second. You know what I'm realizing with this actual topic, Athena? And I was telling my wife this yesterday. I don't like talking about this white privilege topic. And it's not because it makes me feel uncomfortable or it makes, white people uncomfortable or anything, but it just brings up like the stupidest people. And they all default to like the shit that they don't know. And they come up and they're so confident about talking about this conversation, but they don't know anything about it. And so like, this is the one thing that like, of all the topics that I've done so far with any debates, this is the one that has made me like, I fucking hate this point, because they don't know nothing. They don't bring anything to it. They don't like look for any proof. They just stand on the fact that like, I'm white, where's my privilege? And it's so fucking weird.
Blueberry muffin. Oh, sorry. I thought that we were just naming like random things because user is doing that. So I just also wanted to just randomly say blueberry muffin. Yeah, I kind of, I don't know, user, because I feel like you're just randomly saying stuff, So
do we have
protein
discrimination
shake.
laws? Yes or no? Do we have
That's not what I asked you. I asked you again. I asked you again. Were black people oppressed in the 1800s? Yes or no?
Yes, and I answered yeah. They were.
And did you know that during the 1800s, towards the Reconstruction era, 2,000 black politicians existed? Did you know that?
Wait, what'd you say?
2,000 black politicians existed in the Reconstruction era towards the end of the 1800s. Did you know that?
2,000 black politicians?
2,000 black political officials existed during the Reconstruction era in the late 1800s, in an era that you said black people were discriminated against. So, user, it kind of seems like black people in power doesn't negate the fact that black people could also be discriminated against.
I know, but do you know about Anthony Johnson, the first African
blueberry muffin? I made like a vegan user. I made like a vegan banana protein shake
that sounds
with like blueberries in it. Oh, I thought we were just talking shit because you're doing it again.
No,
you're just talking something. You're saying shit that doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
I want to say this.
Do you know who Anthony Johnson is?
Listen,
yes or
Colin.
No?
Yes, we know who. Yes,
Who is he then?
yes. We fucking know. We fucking know. Listen to me for 2 seconds.
African American slave owner.
Yes, whoop-de-doo. Why did he own slaves?
Well, he was one of the first actually.
Why did he own
owners.
slaves?
To basically, I don't know, when we abolished it, he
because
still kept
his
them.
family was slave and he was buying his family. Listen, this is the thing. This is why this is so infuriating to me, right? You guys say stop talking. I'm still talking. No more speaking.
Okay.
This is what like irritates me. You guys say that I hear you clicking and I'm so fucking glad that you're clicking on your keyboard.
I'm not.
Get something new. Get something original. You guys say the same stuff. The Democrats started the KKK. Black people owned slaves. Black people sold each other. What can I do? Aren't there anti-discrimination laws? Like, yes, these are the same talking points that we've already been, like, I just, like, not gonna lie, it makes my ass itch that you guys all say the same things. And not only do you guys all say the same things, but I am tired of addressing the same things with different people and then seeing these different people go into Kobe's live, go into Solid's live, going into other Black creators' lives. And then after I correct them, or after some other Black creator corrects them, you guys still say the same shit that we've already debunked, that we've already talked about. It's not even willful ignorance. It's fucking mediocrity.
Can I ask him?
I'm so sick.
Can I ask him a very Can I ask him a very serious question? When did Anthony Johnson live? In which century?
The 1800s.
You're such a fucking dumbass.
In the mid 1800s.
He lived in the 17th century, which is the 16. Wait, hold on. Which is the 1600s. You fucking dumbass. I'm so sorry. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm so sorry, Santana. I caught onto it. He said Anthony Johnson kept his slaves even though slavery was abolished.
Did he say that?
He did. He did. That's why I caught onto that. That's why I caught onto it. Because he's such
says
a
1842.
dumbass.
It says 1842 though.
No, it isn't. He arrived in Virginia in the early 1600s. He was an indentured servant. Anthony Johnson.
Andrew owned 10 slaves.
Wait. Andrew who? Andrew who?
Andrew Johnson was the president of America, you fucking dumbass. He was a white man.
Oh my God, you're conflating the two
he
people now
conflated
because you don't know
Andrew
what the fuck
Johnson
you're
with
talking about.
Anthony Johnson.
I meant Anthony Johnson. I said
Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson arrived in Virginia in the early 1600s. It is impossible for a human being who was alive in the 1600s to be alive when slavery was abolished in the 1800s. You dumbass. You are a dumbass. You are a mediocre dumbass.
So during the peak
You're a
of
dumbass.
slavery, it was 4.1 million slaves. That's
You
less
are
than 1%
a dumbass.
of the population.
Again,
during
you
the
are
peak.
a dumbass. I'm so sorry. You conflated Anthony Johnson, the man who was an indentured servant in the 1600s, to Andrew Johnson, who was the president of America, who was hella racist, by the way, especially to indigenous people and to Black people, right? The guy who did the Trail of Tears. You compared the two, and you think that you're qualified for this conversation?
I mean, he brought me up, and he.
You think you're qualified for this conversation? You are such a dumbass. Do you understand how much of a dumbass you are?
You're mad because
genuine question.
You're mad.
Trust me, I am not.
Listen,
I'm not mad.
Let me jump in here for just a second and say, like, you're
crashing out.
Shut up. You actually coming up, all right? You requested up. You literally requested up. Like that was the premise of you being here. I didn't invite you up. You saw the prompt and you came up. Sin for you. You literally joined based off of the premise of being able to articulate some type of point.
Okay.
Right. And so with that being said, hold on a second. Danelle Woody, you can go. Boom. That being said, you are not only wholly unprepared to engage in the premise that you're talking about, but you can't even get your information straight, right? Like the way that you're somehow conflating things and like trying to misrepresent it because you haven't actually looked any of this information up. That's why when I originally talked to you about the different things that you were talking about with like the BLS and all this, I said, have you actually checked the sources and like verify this, or are you parroting things that you have heard? And you're literally stop. You're literally parroting things that you have heard without verifying it. Now, see, the dangerous and harmful part of you parroting things that you have heard is the people that said this shit were wrong. Like you need to check your facts. They're literally wrong.
I'm just saying, most people don't know that there was BLK owners too.
You don't know. Like you came into a black space thinking that black people don't know this. Like you genuinely think that black people don't know this.
But that just to prove the point.
That's a serious question, Colin. You think that black people don't know this? Athena, if you could check the Discord message I just sent you really quick, and then I want to say something. W's in the chat for Allie for the $2 donation, saying thank you for all the information you gave us. As a white woman, you've helped me deconstruct. I know, and I'll always be deconstructing, and I'm always in for listening to you guys. Absolutely, thank you so much for that $2 super chat. W's in the chat for Melissa. Melissa sent a $20, I'm sorry, not a super chat, that was a donation. And Melissa sent a $20 donation saying, I know you don't like the topic of white privilege, but I wanted to say I have learned a lot from listening to those conversations and wanted to thank you for it. Melissa, like it's not that I don't like it. It's just that sometimes I feel like they're so bad faith or they just don't know anything. But absolutely, W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Janisha for the $5 donation, saying my girl has a POC autistic brother and he gets sad. My girl has a POC autistic brother and he gets sad. I'm not sure who. Because no media represent. Oh, okay. I see your second super chat. There it is. Thank you so much for the second second donation, $5. Because there's no representation. Gets a shame and not white. Yeah, I get it. And like that's one of the things with like so many people lack the representation. I think that's like super harmful for like kids as well who don't get to see themselves depicted in like the things that they engage in. And I know like inspiring kids to grow up and to be who they are and what they want to be, like making sure that if we are going to push the next generation forward, we let them know like we support them and they don't have like the quote unquote limitations. And I think that starts with the proper representation. Like we can address those things today. Absolutely. W's in the chat, and W's in the chat for Kadi. Stop talking for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Kadi, for the $2 super chat. Just sent the love. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes to 150,000 likes. Also, this is the backup to the backup. I'm positive that people, if you look right there, you see the word follow. Hit that follow button. We're going to be on this account more as well. So make sure you hit that follow button. And we have Kobe Athena up here. Show her some love. Let's go ahead. She's at 2.31 thousand coins. Let's get her above 3,000 coins. Please, please, please. And also give her a follow. Kobe, did you want to speak first or did you want me to?
No, I wanted to say something, by the way. I wanted to apologize. I can hold myself accountable because I am also actively trying to erase ableist rhetoric or words from my vocabulary. So words that were normalized within my site when I grew up. But I just wanted to say I wanted to hold myself accountable and I wanted to apologize for even using that word. User, I'll kind of change the word that I use and instead I'll call you a douchebag. I'll call you a douchebag, okay? That's it. You're a mediocre douchebag.
Still not your chance to choose.
And not that. Exactly.
Yep.
Okay.
So just an FYI, and this is for the chat. You guys know how I do things here, and we are always trying to ensure that we're never engaging in harmful rhetoric or perpetuating harm on anyone with terminology and see like that. This is why I love her so much. She's fucking awesome. Like real-time correction is something that we try to always make sure that we do. So I apologize that we, went through that at the moment, but I always say the more you know, the better you can do. And so like, that's what that is. So if anyone is wondering, we don't engage in any form of ableism, which DUMB and like the different connective pieces to that is ableist. So is LAME, SLOW, all those types of things. And it's disenfranchising the community as far as people with disabilities and the perpetual harm that they've experienced throughout the history. And so we just want to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to have a space that is insightful and thoughtful of everyone. So I apologize so much to everyone, and we're going to keep it moving. All right, Athena, the floor is yours again.
I was gonna say, when Anthony Johnson, we can go down the road. Let's see how much you know about Anthony Johnson. When Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant, right? How did the labor system look like within Virginia? I'm asking you, user.
This is the first time that we want him to speak, and now he's just on mute.
Sorry, I was muted. What did the labor service look like?
Labor system, yeah.
Labor system. Predominantly male individuals. I don't know. Did the sound cut off or?
That's all you have?
I mean, just
Nothing
labor
else?
services.
Was it fully racialized? Hereditary?
We're not gonna compare the system from
No, because
years ago.
you brought up Anthony Johnson. So again, I'm asking you, was the system within Virginia, was it fully racialized and hereditary?
I don't know. I just know he owned people.
I don't know. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
He owned slaves.
No, I'm asking you again, was the system hereditary and fully racialized in the beginning of the 1600s?
Was it fully racialized?
Yes.
Probably not.
Okay. Cool.
For me, was it?
Did Anthony Johnson, by the way, did he create any of like the legal frameworks that existed within that system?
I don't know though, but when the law was passed that you can't own slaves, he actually fought it in court because he wanted.
How can he fight it if he didn't live when that law passed?
He was one of the petitioners.
What law? Tell me what law passed in the 1600s. What law passed in the 1600s to prevent slavery? Tell me. What law?
There's many implications.
Are you telling me that the Civil War happened in the 1600s?
No.
User. Are you telling me that slavery was abolished in the 1600s in Virginia and then he fought against it? Prove it.
I'd say he was one of the first ones.
Prove it. Give me a source.
Slaves. He was actually the first slave.
Give me a source. He wasn't a first slave owner, but give me a source.
Was he a slave owner? Yes or no?
Give me a source. Give me a source for what you just said. You just said that they tried to abolish slavery. No, prove it. User, I don't give a damn. Prove it.
Yeah, and I would like to say, like, you've been up here and you've been saying a lot of stuff, and you have yet to still speaking, yet to actually substantiate anything.
He was accused of keeping it
again, still speaking. And I'm gonna mute you. There we go. So the point that I'm at though is like, I need you to substantiate anything that you're saying.
So
like, we need.
Can I speak?
You can speak when. What the fuck is the issue with you and impulse control? Like, your sentence doesn't need to start in the middle of anyone else's sentence. I need you to substantiate something, anything, because if you don't, then you're going to show that you are unqualified for this conversation around white privilege, and we're going to move off of it.
Okay.
So I need you to substantiate something, or we're moving off of it.
Yeah. What do you need me to substantiate?
You said that they tried to abolish slavery in the 1600s, and he fought against it. Substantiate that part.
Well, he was.
No. Substantiate that part.
Trying.
No, give me a source. Where can I see it?
Wikipedia.
Where in Wikipedia?
He actually owned 4
What should I look
white
up in
slaves.
Wikipedia?
He owned 4
What can I look up?
slaves.
White people were not enslaved.
Yes, they were. He owned 4 of them.
What's the difference between?
1 second. I'm sorry, Tina. Colin, when she says she's even willing to engage in your Wikipedia source, stop steamrolling and answer her question. Where in Wikipedia are you looking?
Wikipedia.
Where? Wikipedia, where? What should I look up in Wikipedia?
Google Anthony Johnson. Look him up on Wikipedia.
Wait, okay. So do you know?
They don't teach this in schools, though.
say?
They don't teach this in schools.
Shut up, bro. You're such a loser.
I'm a loser because my people were enslaved too.
Your people were not enslaved. Shut up. White people were not enslaved.
I'm so serious when I say this, Colin, and I need you to hear me. Be specific, be direct. If you can't answer a question with actual information, no, stop. I don't know who trained you, but they didn't train you properly, and I will train you. I'm putting you on mute. Do not come back off of mute until I stop talking. I don't know who trained you, but they did a piss poor job, and I will train you. So make sure that your sentences are no longer starting in the middle of anyone else's sentence, and make sure that you have a verifiable source. And if you quote Wikipedia, then you need to tell us what in Wikipedia and where it's at, not look up Anthony Johnson on Wikipedia. You need to tell us where you're looking on the Wikipedia page for Anthony Johnson. So be specific, be direct.
I found it. And it says here the services of 5 indentured servants. User, do you think indentured servitude?
So can you ask me a question? I'm going to answer.
Do you think indentured servitude and slaves are the same? Is the same thing?
Okay, in 1640.
Do you think indentured servitude and slave is the same thing?
And it's more of a prettier word than a slave.
You know, it's not a prettier word. Do you think
what is indentured? Look it up.
Servitude? Again, do you think indentured servitude and slavery is the same thing?
He was brought to court because he kept indentured servants after he was told he couldn't own indentured servants, and that's from Captain.
I asked you a specific question. I asked you a specific question. Do you think indentured servants and enslaved people is the same thing? It's sad that you have to go and Google ChatGPT or whatever it is to actually answer the question, because you're bringing up points you're not very well aware of.
Colin, when you come back in, take a few moments and actually read whatever you're reading, or like really think about it. I'm going to thank a couple of people, but like be concise. Debbie's in chat for Edgar for the $2 donation, saying, love what you do. Keep it up. You don't have to read the question out loud.
White slaves were called indentured servants, according to Wikipedia.
If you're a member, we have what's called a tag me in. As long as I don't have any of my mutuals on the panel, if you're a member and you're in the Discord, then or a member or a super fan and you're in the Discord, then you can use your tag me in, and like you could always come up. So yeah, absolutely. Debbie's in the chat for Michelle for the $6 donation, saying recently fractured a long-time friendship over calling out their microaggressions. Of course, they couldn't be racist because they have black kids and black husband. I love you. I love you more. Listen, the proximity to blackness does not absolve you from like racism. It's so fucking weird that people don't understand these things. Absolutely not. W's in chat for Karen for the $1 donation, saying, as a poor, I'm more likely to have and have had tense interactions with Leos as an example of white privilege. LEO, sorry, not Leos, LEOs. An example of white privilege is that I've never been put in handcuffs, and I have walked away with a fine or warning every time. That's literally it. That's literally it. W's in the chat for Patricia for the $20 donation, and Patricia said, "Great live, Santana's user." Patricia, thank you so much for that $20 donation. W's in the chat for all the donors. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, yes, this is Santana's third account. Follow. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, Stacy, W's in the chat for Stacy for the $5 donation, saying, I was not a good student, but I never I was not a good student, but even I know what she's talking about. Yeah, that's because you're not trying to be willfully obtuse. So that's the difference. And W's in the chat for Rest Belt for the $5 super chat to say indentured servitude were not slave, indentured servitude were not considered property and had rights. Slaves had none of those things. Absolutely right. W's in the chat for Lewis for the $20 donation saying, hello, Santana. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you, Lewis, for your love, kindness, and support. Guys, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. This is the third account. We're going to be doing more lives on this account. Make sure you hit that follow button right there. If you're not, hit that follow button. And last but not least, show some love to Athena. Kobe is up here and she is cooking. She's cooking. Let's go ahead and get her coins up. Can we get her above 4,000 coins? There's 1.5 thousand of us hanging out. I know for a fact that we can get her above 4,000 coins. Show her some love. Hit that follow button and also hit the pay links. Hit the pay links. I know for a fact that her pay links are in the link tree in the bio. Help her make some vegan blueberry cream muffins or whatever the weird shit she eats. So yeah, I judge you so much for your food
listen. I have good decent food. Okay. But anyways, user, can you tell me the difference between indentured? Wait, you said white people were considered indentured servants, right?
Yeah, well, the white slaves are called white slaves were called indentured servants.
So wait, hold on. So if you're an indentured servant, oh my God,
it's just a white slave.
No, what is indentured servitude and what is
white slaves?
Stop crying.
Why are you denying white slaves? Why are you denying white slaves?
I'm sorry, why are you acting like a barn animal, bro? I thought white people were supposed to be civilized. Why are you acting like an uncivilized barn animal? Didn't you have any parents who raised you, user? I'm confused. Did your parents not tell you to have some decorum?
No, they actually died. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, someone raised you, and whoever raised you didn't raise you right because you keep interrupting. Not having parents, thank you for the jellyfish, does not absolve you for not having manners. Like, that's not an exemption. Like, have some decorum, be a real person, engage in an actual conversation like you would in any everyday situation, like a real person.
Yeah. Also, as a person,
well, thanks for calling me an animal. I appreciate you.
Yes, I will, and I'll do it again as well because you're acting like one, right? So, as I said, user, what's the difference between an indentured servant and a slave, like a chattel? What's the difference between indentured servitude and slavery?
You asked me what is an indentured servant, and I googled it, and it said white slave is
that's an example. Hold on, that's an example.
Servant.
That's an example of an indentured servant, a white person in America.
Anyway,
I'm asking you again, what is indentured servitude?
Are you about to run?
Why am I talking to Santana? And
no, you're talking to Kobe, and wait, hold on. Athena, are you not a supermod on this account?
No, this is a backup. That's why.
Oh, I got you. Don't even worry about it, Athena. I got you.
Period. Also, I just wanted to say, as a person who myself is in the Dead Daddies Club, you're not gonna bully me or Jedi mind trick me into being like nice to you. Okay.
Exactly.
So exactly, user. So as I said, right? What is an indentured servitude?
So an indentured is a white slave.
No, that's not what a white. Oh my God. White people were not slaves in America. They were indentured servants.
Which is also known as a white slave.
No, it's not. It's not. Indentured servitude is not a white servant. Because that's what it means.
It says when you Google what is a indentured servant, it'll say oftenly known as a white slave.
Really? Is that what it says?
Really?
It's because you're fucking lying. Hey, you're not
Santana,
funny. You're not cute, Colin.
Let me debate Dean.
Yeah, I don't care.
Debate these nuts in your mouth. Either engage with Athena or you can go. Like, I don't care.
You just said that to a minor. You're getting exposed.
Then what the fuck are you?
You just said that to a
fucking weirdo. You have to be 18 to be on a live. You fucking weirdo.
Oh, he was a minor? Ew.
And that's what he's saying that now because he got dog walk. I don't care. Regardless, he's gone. So.
Ew. Anyways, sorry. What a loser, bro.
And for him to sit there and say that while not only running around TikTok and actually engaging in quote unquote debates on every platform. Him saying that he's a minor has now let me know that he's saying that he shouldn't be on TikTok lives. So guess what? Colin, you're not going to be able to go back to any of the spaces that you enjoy going to. I'm a mod. I am going to block you from every space moving forward. Sorry, go ahead, Athena, and then I know, Kay, you had something.
I just really quick. Hi, Athena. Hey, everyone. I'm sorry. Hold on, just a second.
While Kay is getting it together, W's in the chat for Justin for the $20 donation, saying, "Could you please discuss the MAGA dad in Texas that shot his daughter in the?" Yeah. I talked about that yesterday. There was a guy, Justin. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. He got in an argument with his daughter. He's a Trump supporter. He got in an argument with his daughter about Trump and about the Epstein files, and ended up murdering his daughter over Trump. Fucking wild. Insane. W's in the chat for Inconspicuous for the $4.99 super chat to say, guess actually thinks he's teaching you guys something new. It's weird that he just kept repeating the same stuff over and over and was teaching absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. W's in the chat. Guys, again, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana Speaks for You over on YouTube. You can send a super chat, hit that follow button, show Athena some love, and make sure that you are hitting her pay links as well. All right, Kate, you good? I think Kate needs another moment. Athena, did you have any thank yous or anything that you needed to cover?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I haven't checked. I can check.
Yeah, check your pay links, guys. Make sure Athena's pay links are working. Like, I think her pay links might not be working. Someone check that. Someone absolutely check that. Someone check and make sure that Athena's pay links are working. I think they are, but they might not be. Also, again, guys, this is the backup to the backup. The third account, we're creating redundancy across the board to ensure that no matter what, we are not stopped. We understand the space and place that we're in, especially, with the new TikTok and all this other stuff. And so we want to make sure that no matter what happens, there is never a stop in what we do here. So if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button right there. Hit that follow button. Again, we are just looking to create redundancy across the board and ensure that we are doing each and everything possible to make sure we can continue to provide you with the education, entertainment, and information that you deserve on a daily basis to make sure that we are fighting fascism in whichever way form that we can. Kay, still not back yet, Kay?
No, I'm in clinic and it's been kind of crazy today. For the friendlies who are here and supporting, I greatly appreciate you. I need to give you just a few reminders. If you think that Santana's going to shut his live down to go to another space,
that's fucking weird.
It's weird behavior. Please stop. I beg
That's
you.
wholly disrespectful.
Telling people that they need to leave. Or if a guest like Athena's here and educating someone and in the middle of a thought and sentence, telling her she must go do this. Again, weird behavior. I don't understand how you cannot think of creators as individual people, as human beings. They're not here as your puppets. So stop acting like it. It's so pathetically weird. The two other creators that he may or may not co-host with, they're not his leaders or tell him what to do or where to go. And I'm desperately trying to get this point across because you act like they're all the same person. So pretty please, last time I'm asking, if I ever see it again, there won't be any warnings or anything. You'll just be gone. Other than that, thank you for all the love. Please like, tap, repost. Athena, you're amazing as always. And I only had one question for that last guest, and it was, at what age did he get the talk? And
no
also,
idea,
if I see anyone else say that the Irish were slaves, I'm going to lose my mind. You can go to the University of Dublin, Trinity, and read all about how they themselves have said they are never were slaves, and stop using it.
Yep.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Kay. That was in the chat for Kay. One thing that I do want to call out, just to kind of piggyback on what Kay said, because I completely agree. And the one thing that I know for a fact with all of my creative friends, each and every one of us, right? the people that I interact with and the people that I like, you know, spend time in their spaces, they spend time in mine, whatever, like all of them have direct ways of contacting me, right? And if anyone ever wants to get in contact with me, then they know how to get in contact with me. And even more so, like the creators who run lives, like we would never just like say, hey, get someone off of a live that they're hosting to have them come and do this or that or whatever. So while I appreciate, you know, any of the cross-pollination across any of the other platforms, like that's something that one, not only that like we don't do, right? But two, like we have ways of getting in contact with each other. Like that's not needed. We appreciate it, but like literally it's just not needed. And it's not acceptable, especially when we're trying to host or run our own lives. So please and thank you. Yeah. Athena's teacup. So we're going to just say only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I'm going to say no. I think that was a mistake. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
Can I say my thank yous? Sorry.
Absolutely.
Valerie, thank you for the 19. Laura, thank you very much for the $5.
You're cutting out, so we can't even hear what you're saying. I don't know what you're doing.
Valerie, thank you so much for the $18. Laura, thank you very much for the $5. And Timothy, thank you so much for the $7. Sorry, I don't know why I kept cutting out.
Yeah. Athena, are you hanging out?
I mean, only if you want. So I don't know.
Oh no, you know how we do.
Okay, period.
Hi, Rilo. Are you a Trump supporter? No. Okay. All right. Hi, Josh. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes. So I have to leave for a meeting.
Yes, as far as Trump supporter, disagree, or combination.
I disagree with white privilege up on the screen.
Okay, and so you're saying you have to leave for a meeting?
Yeah, I'm going to come back because I do want to have a discussion with you after the meeting. Are you going to be on in about an hour?
Possibly, but if not, I'll be on tomorrow for sure. So hit that follow and you can come back.
Okay, all right. Have a good day.
If I see you, I'll fast track you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, guys, hit that follow button. This is the backup to the backup. This is the third account. We are working on building this up because we want to build redundancy. So make sure that you are actually hitting that follow button and following this account. What up, Solid?
What's going on, man? You ready to go to the club later?
Listen, you know how we're gonna do it. We're gonna get down.
Yeah, we're
gonna absolutely get down. I was trying to I was hoping to, you know, like get some appies up here before I brought you in because I didn't want you, you know, to scare them away. But like they all skedaddled out the box, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just go ahead and bring you up anyway.
My biggest op is right below me right now.
I can believe that. Every time you guys are on the panel, you like, yeah, whatever. I'm not even gonna do it because I'm childish too. So
I think Solid is the one who is my biggest op because his taste in food is literally like a weapons of mass destruction. Okay, this man actively puts the skin shavings off of his feet into like his
you guys
soup.
always,
Okay.
oh my god, that's so gross. Stop it.
Athena
like
thought
feet.
broccoli was a cabbage baby.
Broccoli is delicious, okay?
That feet make my stomach turn.
It's not feet. It's like the skin, like shavings of like.
Come on, Athena.
Mm-hmm. And then he like dries it
Parmesan.
out so it can be like jerky. And then okay, don't drop me, don't drop.
Oh, I swear I was getting ready to drop. I literally was like, it literally had to disconnect and cancel just now.
Yeah, like Solid
That
is
made
the
my
one who
stomach
likes
turn
it.
just now.
Mm-hmm. Solid likes it. That's why I told you.
Okay,
we're not gonna do that, Athena.
Athena got a baby toe on the back of her neck and it wiggles whenever Judge Judy come on.
I know they saw the discomfort in my face, and like my stomach is literally turning. Yes, I kicked both of them. I do not like feet. That made me feel sick. You guys can come back up, but no more feet talk. Seriously, stop it. No more feet talk. And no free Kobe. She's the one that started it.
You just taking away my First Amendment right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait. Hold up. I did not start it, okay? I was minding my
you brought up
I was minding my own business and Solid decided to attack me, okay? And my character by claiming I was his op, okay? I was all demure and quiet and silent, minding my own business, so justice for me.
Okay, but justice for me, like that makes me.
I would like to publicly apologize to Athena.
Thank you. Hey, Solid, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I had a really good conversation with a lady who she was talking about leftists and like breaking the system and da. And I pointed her towards Cadre, and we ended up having a great opportunity for the entire live to learn about Cadre. Because like, again, kind of what I told you yesterday or whatever, I think a lot of people have a misconception as far as like revolution and what that looks like. And they think like voting for a fascist or supporting a fascist or letting a fascist have more power is how we spark revolution. And I'm like, that's not it. That's not how you do the thing. So
that's not how you do that at all.
Yeah, I was talking, I don't know if you, like, I don't know how much you may or may not follow Hudson. But we're talking about, yeah. He was talking about how, say it again?
Jenks' cousin?
Yeah. And he was talking about how, like, he was on a podcast and he said, if the decision came down to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, he would just vote third party. And that's what like sparked me in the conversation. I was like, if you truly want revolution, then it's not going to be in a political sense. But if you are saying that you want to gain political power, then like voting third party is the worst thing that you can do. Like, but those two things don't coincide. Like, you can't say that, oh, I want to break the system and I want revolution, so I'm going to vote third party. Like, that's not how it works. And, if you are someone that still wants to live within inside of the political system, then, throwing away your vote also is not the way to do it. So
y'all gonna be mad at me.
Mm-hmm. You would do the same thing?
I would honestly withhold my vote. I'm not certain that electoral politics is. I'm not discouraging anybody from voting. We've had this conversation a lot of times.
But no, see, and that's what I'm saying though. Like, you're not sitting here saying like, oh, you want to live inside of the electoral politics system, but you're going to, oh, I'm going to fix or break the system by staying within the system, but doing something that is ineffective within the system. Like, that's the line of demarcation for me. Like, if you truly don't believe in this, then don't engage in it, but don't sit here and say like, I'm going to kind of do it, but I'm going to do it this way.
I see. So here's my deal, right? I disagree with a lot of folks, right? If voting wasn't important, they wouldn't try to stop Black people from doing it, right? However, electoral politics, I feel like, is used as an analgesic, right? Like it's used to
I
kind
don't
of
know what that
soothe
word means.
a pain medication.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's used to kind of soothe the anxiety surrounding impending end-stage capitalism, right? It's like, oh, we finally stopped this cretin from being a cretin, right? But what you did was you delayed, right? You're still going to have the imperialism going on. You're still going to have the unaliving of foreign peoples, the installation of puppet governments. You're still going to have the oppression of the proletariat. You're still going to have all of those things. It's just that the Democrats believe in not quickly quickly depleting the working class. They believe in the working class being able to make it back to work, but they don't believe, not necessarily, in ensuring that the working class has any real power, right? And so if you're saying I'm going to vote blue, right, in order to stave off the flow of fascism, okay, for sure. But then what are you doing after that? Like, what do you do after that? What are you doing? Like, if you're not engaging in revolutionary action, you're just right, because that's exactly what happens. People will get a Democrat in office and then sit there and go, okay, now fix it. And Democrats don't have the necessary resources nor the incentive to uproot a system that is designed to exploit. Right. In fact, they benefit from doing the opposite. It's not like Democrats don't get kickbacks from large corporations. It's not like they don't benefit from mass incarceration. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, if you would like to slow fascism, sure, man, do what you want. Do what you want. Not here to shame you. I definitely don't want you to. I don't want anyone to confuse that with revolutionary action, right? I want them to. I want people to know that revolutionary action. Somebody quoted Huey P. Newton today, and it said, "Think globally but act locally." I forget who quoted.
That was me. That was me.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was like Swan or somebody.
No, it was me on Phones Live. Oh my
Damn.
God.
That's right. It was Sean. So
I will stab you.
Who said that?
Charlotte.
Well, whoever
I
said it
will
was
literally
really
stab
smart.
you.
Be cautious, because Athena's a super mod here now. So just
I will literally stab you, allegedly,
Okay, all right,
in Minecraft.
Okay, all right. Well, whoever said it was super smart. Okay. But I that's the idea for me is, are you active in your community? Are you doing some sort of revolutionary action? Have you even read the theory to know what would and wouldn't be revolutionary? How are you disrupting the status quo? These are the things that I think make the difference. Because we've relied on policymakers for how long? We've relied on policymakers. Civil rights movement happened. Fire hoses, German shepherds. They poured. It wasn't just milkshakes poured on people's heads at Woolworths, right? My sister asks this question pretty often. She says, "What plan does this Democratic candidate have to liberate marginalized people?" And no one can ever answer. You know what I mean? And so that's just where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? I'm not. Hassan is. I really respect people like you. I really respect people like Hassan, who are super duper likable and charismatic and able to get people to kind of like hang on to their every word. you know, to just garner such massive support, right? What I worry though is that like our audiences are not seeing for themselves. They're not right. Like I think it's very important that we mobilize as well. Like it's fun to listen to me talk about socialism and sociology and debunk racism. It's fun, but like go do some stuff too. You know, go also, hey, go do some stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all.
And like not only do I agree with that, but like that's been like a thing as well. And like I've been planning a couple of different things that I want to do that like extends past just this. And even more so, that's why I said like I think that everyone has a role to play, and then understanding like how you exist within that role and how you further things. And it's kind of, me and Sean have this conversation all the time. This is why I love Sean, because I'm like, you know, Sean, you can say the thing that not necessarily that I can't say, but I don't say. And it's not because I don't want to. It's not because I can't. I feel like there's certain things that I have to try to make sure that I connect to get other things to happen. And I'm speaking kind of vague, but Solid, I feel like you know what I mean. But one reason that I love making sure that I create that connective tissue is because I know where people need to go, and I know how things need to end up happening. And I know people that are like way smarter than myself. And so while I, you know, maybe have an opportunity to command a room or like whatever, I take pride in being able to take that attention and deflect it off of me and put it somewhere else where it's like not only more important, but it's going to be more beneficial. And I genuinely enjoy that. Kind of like what we were talking about the other day, Salo, when I said, you know, Black people have a unique ability to like deliver information in a way that it's not only consumable, but it can be unassuming how we deliver certain information or messages. It can be something that is delivered with enough lightheartedness and levity, but still drives home at the point of like what's happening. And I think like our role in guiding certain things are so important, and having the right people, you know, push that forward. So like, yeah, I mean, like, sure, I enjoy like, you know, thousands of people hearing me, you know, debate Trump supporters or whatever the case may be, or listening to me as I ramble or talk or whatever. But more than that, I truly enjoy being able to like see certain people who started off engaging with me, now engaging with the people that I literally sit under the learning tree of. A great example is like last night I ended up in Swan's Live, and I'm looking at the people that were in the chat, and like the people that were in the chat and actively engaging are people that I know for a fact follow me from other spaces, and now are just like actively participating in Swan spaces. Like that's the, like, that makes me so happy. And that's like the thing that I think that's my purpose, is like being that connective tissue.
I don't want to give you sole credit because I don't want to undersell your motivations or anything like I don't, you know what I mean? But
no.
But
sure.
you are the reason why I've gotten over 20K.
No, not
Well,
that.
I mean,
I thought you was gonna say something different. Absolutely not.
I'm
Like that has
cool.
nothing to do with me.
I mean, I'm super cool. I don't want you to.
Yeah, like that's it.
My mommy
Like,
says
me.
I'm handsome. You know.
You know, I had to tell my wife that day. She said, "Yeah, Solid is nice looking." I said, "All right, you can stop saying that now.
Okay.
Like you don't have to say that ever again. Like we're good with you ever like saying that again."
I wanna thank Solid for the anxiety that I've gotten, the emotional distress, because he keeps bullying me every time he sees me.
Yeah.
I would like to thank Athena for the endless droves of acolytes that she sends into my DMs to terrorize me on a regular basis. No, but I did that to my wife one day. We got a new neighbor, and just to see how she would react, I'm looking out the window. I go, "Oh, he looks like Thor." She says, "Which she says, like in the movie Thor."
Fucking Chris Hemsworth. God damn it, I hate him.
Hemsworth did it again.
There's certain men that I'm just like, I hate that guy. Yeah. Not because he's a bad person, not because he's done anything wrong.
But like, stop being so handsome.
You're like, why the fuck are you so good looking? I hate
cut
you.
that out. my wife was way too excited. I said, "Hey, all right, okay, calm down.
And just slow down for a second now."
That's what I thought when I saw General Shang from Mulan. That's exactly what I thought as well. Please tell me when he's like, "Be a man." Da, 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 da. Y'all are telling me you did not think he was handsome?
Oh,
please, he's a heartbreaker. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Anything
For
else?
me, it's Beast from Beauty and the Beast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something about those horns,
Exactly. I always had a crush on Nala from Lion King.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Listen, the way she gave Simba that look.
Right?
I was
not gonna lie. I swear to God. My wife, she has eyes just like that, and she does that all the time. Like, not even joking, not trying to hype her up, like literally the same look all the time. All the time. Fucking W's me.
Hype her up, please. Your wife is gorgeous. Anything you say would be an understatement. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Listen, I am not unaware. I completely outkicked my coverage. Like, I'm not even close. I don't know how I tricked her, but I tricked her, and now it's too late. So,
same. I actually got my wife with a Honda Element. I was like, when she saw the moonroof, she was putty in my hands.
Yeah. All right. We're at 4 hours now, and I think I'm going to call it because I think that I might actually is Kay still here? She is. Hey Kay. I might come back later for sure. Like actually come back today because yesterday I was like, oh, I might come back, and I wasn't feeling good. Like I was down bad. So I might, since we're at 4 hours, I might just hop off here, and then come back later this evening. So anything else from YouTube?
Know which account?
I think I'm going to do the same thing. Start on the main, and then if there's ever a need for a reset, then come over to the backup.
For sure.
Yeah. Are you following it? Am I following you on this one too? I think we're good. We're locked in.
Can I plug something before I drop?
No, you can. Come on now.
Period. Okay. Well, as per usual, you guys know I always tend to kind of plug some of the initiatives that are in the link tree in my bio. There is an initiative called Darfur IDP. It's a really good initiative that is actively helping people on the ground in Sudan. Please don't stop talking about Sudan and Congo. I think the famine situation within Sudan is worsening in a lot of areas, especially in North Darfur and the whole Kordofan region as well. So that's all I would say. If you guys can't donate, it's okay. If you're living paycheck to paycheck and you're struggling, that's perfectly fine. You can also just share the link to the countless initiatives that are in the link tree in my bio, and maybe you might find somebody who is willing to donate. Okay, so there's a Sudanese Darfur IDP. When it comes to Congolese initiative, there's one called Focus Congo. It's also really good. And then there's also an initiative that's specifically for Eritrean refugees because there's also starvation happening in northern Ethiopia. A lot of Eritrean refugees are having their food blocked. So please support them too. And then Haiti. It is as dangerous for Haitian children today as it is in Gaza. I don't know if you guys knew that. So there's an initiative in the link tree in my bio that I got from a good Haitian friend of mine that supports displaced Haitian children. So pick any initiative you guys want. I always try to advertise them and promote them, but I appreciate you, Santana, and see you later if you go live.
Absolutely.
Bye, Solid.
Bye. Solid, anything else from you?
W Athena. Yeah, so if you go to onlydweebs.com or you go to pinkproletariat.com, you will find my merch store. But the relevant thing about that is that you can also get access to my Patreon, where I teach classes on how to discuss racism. Well, not how to embarrass Kadanka Chuds when discussing racism. That's all I have for today. All power to all the people except for Ralph. Do something good for your neighbor. Ubuntu, viva la raza. Throw more bricks.
All right. W's in the chat for Solid. Guys, we are going to call it. We're going to call it. But before we get out of here, if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following this account. This is the backup to the backup. Make sure you're following the backup to the backup. Follow the backup to the backup. W's in chat for Cat for the 5. Cat, I'm a little confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Help. Send me a message. Help. What do you need? You know I got you. I'm a little bit confused though. W's in the chat for Cat though. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. Guys, we're gonna get out of here, but we will be back a little bit later. So make sure you hit that follow button before you leave out the door. Also, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up before you go. It'll help push out the VOD. I appreciate the heck out of each and every one of you. Let's hit that outro.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing.
Mike hot.
Who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts like lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey. W's in the chat for the chat, guys. Absolutely amazing, awesome, wonderful, stupendous, scrumdiddlyumptious morning live. I appreciate the heck out of all of you. It was fun. It was fun. It was fun. We'll be back later for Shiggity. 100%. Never lost. We will be back. So I appreciate all you guys. We will be back later. Thank you all for the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the love, support, and your kindness. I love you all. And as always,